Well, it's a beautiful day. We can look onto the clouds and something like.
यहाँ से क्या करते हैं आप?
ये देखिए अब ये है अब ऑफ है ना, अब यूं करो ना तो बाजू का धोखा रहता है कि ऑन है या ऑफ है। वो सिर्फ मैं ये देखता हूँ कि ये लाइट रेड है या ऑफ है, बस उसके लिए। Okay, but you need to give me at least 2 or 3 minutes for making introduction, like we are here, and then I will be speaking for a couple of minutes, and then we will go towards pitch report, then the toss. Okay? Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. That's welcome. Yes. Hello and welcome at TU Cricket Ground, Kathmandu, Nepal. We got all set for the ODIs, and this is where you're looking in the background. A bit of the clouds, also the sun is there, but hopefully we will be having the good game of cricket today. And this is first one day between Nepal and Zimbabwe sides, and I hope so that both teams will surely look in a good boots and will give us a better picture. I've got Mr. Paresh with me in commentary box. Morning, sir.
Morning, Ajaz. Yeah, it looks to be a very comfortable morning. There's a bit of black patches of cloud, but hopefully it doesn't rain today. And the pitch looks like a belter of a track.
Mm-hmm. So you were there. You had given a bit of your words, but soon we will watch and listen you. That how did you give the picture of this surface, because so far we had seen that these TU cricket ground pitches, they've been superbly done, and pitch report is all set here. Let's go and watch what Mr. Paresh has given his words at pitch report.
Zimbabwe A and Nepal team. So I'm here for the pitch report. The pitch looks very dead. There's no grass. There's only hint of live grass here, which is in the good areas, but it's pretty hard as well. I think Zimbabwe won the toss and they've elected to field first. I don't think that is a very good idea, but even though Nepal has to come back here, play on the merit of the ball, play it straight, I think it's going to play very good. I don't think it'll get much turn, so let's hope for the best. Let's get 250. I think 250 is a pass score here in the 50-over match. That's all from the pitch report.
Evans, who is doing a good job like as a in dipper now, because got a time like 2 or 3 off cutters. Well, that came straight away. So good over from Evans, 6 gone. Nepal 39 for 3. Well, straight delivery, straight up, back to the bowler, having a bit of the hands on the way, but well, Mr. Parish, on such kind of shots, when straight drives in a follow-through, I had seen like lots of bowlers been breaking their fingers.
Yes, I mean, there's one case in Birganj, in the other, I mean, city of Nepal. When we were playing 2-day matches, I hit straight to the ball and his finger broke.
Well, stop. Yes, it happens because you're not, I think so, 100% ready when you're in your follow-through. So the ball has been coming straight away. Lots of time we have seen that ball has been hit onto the somewhere at the nose and lots of blood. But this is the time apart, like most of the players, they have got injured. Just going up into the gap, 4 runs. Third man, there you go. Giant 4 or Giant Super 4.
Yeah, that was it. Up in the air. Over backward point region for 4 runs. Dipendra Singh Airi is not going to just stay there. Just play dot balls. He's 10 of 10 already. The 100 strike rate.
Yes, exactly, you're right, Mr. Parish, that you can't keep the Dipendra Singh Airi quiet for a long time. He's been hitting you straight away, sometimes after a couple of deliveries when it's been in the centre. But I think so, he's been startly been tested from the away swingers from Evans. But not such kind of deliveries like Yorker or might be full length deliveries. And I have seen Sachin Tendulkar, the master blaster, playing boundaries even on the Yorker length deliveries.
Yes, that is why he's called the master. Yeah, this ball, he bowled an out-swinging Yorker. So he's mixing his pace as well and mixing the swing as well. That's good bowling.
Leaving it. He was just trying to drive it. But this time the ball held its line.
And you can see the wrist position that is facing fine leg. That means he's trying to bowl in-swingers. And the ball which the wrist position faces the slips, that's trying to bowl an out-swinger.
So these are the tips, Mr. Parish, for the youngsters who are watching this live broadcast. Okay, he played officially, just saved himself with a top delivery and overgone 7 overs bowled. Nepal 45 for 3. Well, Nepal needs a good partnership from these two, Rohit and Dipendra Singh Airi. I think so. They have done in the past, like in a middle order. Evans needs to bowl those away swingers. And I think so Rohit should be more careful. His 2 slips are waiting for an edge. Just worked it away down to the leg side.
Trying to overcompensate the swing, try to swing the ball from the leg stump, but couldn't do that. That is why Powdell took an easy 2 runs.
Rohit Kumar, he has done pretty good job at ODI cricket, like 623 runs with getting 104 50s under his belt. Hitting on the pads, plumb in front of the wickets, and you lost your wicket here. Rohit Kumar goes for 3 in just 5 deliveries, and not a good picture for Nepal, Mr. Paresh.
Yeah, it's not a very good picture. 47 for 4 now. Rohit Kumar Powdell, the main man, has to depart. It was dead and straight. Gone for 3.
Yes, it's 47 for 4. Yes, well, during the break, I was having a bit of a word with Mr. Paresh that Zimbabwean bowlers, they have learned quickly rather than a first over, 3 or 4 boundaries, and after that, I think so they've been totally in control.
Yes, they have. They've bowled very well. Evans fielding around the off-stump line. Sompal Kami is the new batsman. Yeah, he can bat well as well. He first came into Nepal as a batsman, as a pure batsman. And he turned out to be a strike bowler of Nepal. And he's a very good all-rounder.
Yeah, so Sompal Kami is on strike, courtesy on the leg before on the previous delivery from Evans. And he's straight away surprising, though that the ball was just having a good bounce. And I think so at this stage, there should be a senior pro like Deepinder Singh Airy, must be trying to take most of the time the charge in his hands and can take the batters around him to rotate the strike, and sometimes when they need to wait for the bat deliveries, because here Evans and company, they're doing a good job in the keeping Evans continuously, like he's into his 4th over.
Yes, bowling very well. Yet another outswinger, fielding with the line and length there. Neither batsman should go up, front or back. That's the length he's bowling at.
Yes, Tony must be happy today. The way that his bowlers, his fielders, they're doing an excellent job. And I think so, like, as being a captain, must be 2 more overs for Bradley Evans to be there in the centre. Might be he can get the couple of wickets. Yeah, so I think so that's a better way to play. Just get that Evans off strike quickly.
Yeah, you still have more than 40 overs to go. Just play there, stay there, rotate the strike. You can just have 3 or 4 runs per over till the 10th over for another 10 overs, and then accelerate after 45 overs. Keep your wickets in hand. That is the key. Wicket is the key.
Well, very close, very close. Dot delivery to end the over. 8 gone. Nepal 47 for 4. So 2 bowlers, and I think so they have done almost 50% job done. But these 2 wickets for Victor, 1 for Bradley Evans, 4 overs each. So rest of the things like, this is not a good picture. If you're a Nepali fan, like card which should not be reflecting the skills of the batters or the top order from Nepal. Muhammad Asif, Kushal, Arif, Dipendra, still there. Rahul Kumar. So these are the guys who should be keeping like 160, 170 with a loss of 4 wickets, but it's totally different at this stage. So it happens that when you're losing 4 wickets and then the pressure is there in the middle. So I don't think so they will be taking any sort of chances here like Dipendra Singh Eri and Sompal.
No, they don't have to take any chances. I mean, they can just respect a good ball, and if there's a bad ball or anything else, you can just rotate the strike, go to the non-striker's end.
There you go, that was a bad delivery and been dispatched away. Joy Super 4 in a tremendous manner in what is the quality and good shot that is going all along the carpet.
Yeah, like I said, if you get a bad ball, you can just punish. Dipendra Singh Eri is that kind of a batsman.
So at least some claps should be there from the team, huh? Though that you have lost 4 wickets, but it's a landmark. Yeah, pretty solid noise. Like the sound of the bat has been pretty good from Dipendra Singh Eri, and all the times you can hear such kind of noise or a sound from the bat of Dipendra Singh Eri because he's middling the ball well.
Yeah, it's like he's like a magician that he always middles the bat from the start.
Right up, pitching it. I think so they're again trying hard to go through from the defensive and might be hitting on the pads. And it's not been a bad thinking, like when the ball has been moving a bit, dancing here, courtesy the weather, cloudy conditions, and I think so you can pitch the ball up.
Yes, because of these kind of conditions, you get swing, you get lateral movement if you land the ball on the seam. Oh, that's well bowled and well played.
Yes, into the driving seat, Zimbabwean A side. I think so that we can see the pressure from the body language at both Nepali batters. Well, I think so it's a sort of game that you're learning with the passage of time, that when you're in trouble, when your team is in trouble, you have to keep it out, and there you go, down the far leg. Fine enough. Scores for 4, Joy Super 4. To end the over, 9 gone, Nepal, 55 for 4. Well, to somehow we can say like Zimbabwe has done a good job here in the first 10 overs, like into the 10th over now. And for Nepal, it's time to do some repair work. What they have lost are 4 quick wickets in first 9 overs. And this guy, Evans, is the key. Who has just been mentioning himself that he's the bowler who can make the difference.
Yeah, he's bowling that areas where the batsman is very hesitant. Bowling dot balls, keeping pressure.
Yes, and it's a victory for any bowler. Like when the batter has been on the back foot, we're just thinking either to go forward, just to stay in his box or not. See? Still he's managing a good line length and making the batter to leave him. And I think so like he's into his 5th over, just 17 runs, a wicket. He should be awarded like a couple of more wickets, the way he has bowled here. Made the pressure, put them under pressure, and that's why that we did see that a wickter was able to get wickets. Because batter, they were trying to make runs on his deliveries. No is the big call, and it should be no because you can't take some chances here. Already you're on the back foot, like lost 4 wickets. You need to be more careful while running between the wickets and not to play any sort of uppish stroke here at this stage.
It is very important for these guys to stay there till the 40th over. It's a very big ask, but you have to do that.
Well, on to the back foot here, just flick that one away towards onside and getting a single. At this stage, like if you look onto the Nepal cricket team, 56 or 57 for 4, and I think so like they need to get another 80 or might be 100 runs to keep themselves with a loss of 4 wickets.
Yeah, these two have to get the score to 150 without losing any wicket, and then you can attack. Then try to get 220, 230. Like I said, 250 is a par score here.
Edged away and into the hands of the wicketkeeper. That's the wicket number 5 in a big one. Dipendra Singh here, he was on 18 runs with 19 deliveries. He was just allowing the ball to go to the wicketkeeper, but this time he has got his bat on the way.
Very disappointed, Dipendra Singh Airi. Look at the replay. Evans again. That nagging line and length. Look at that. Beautifully done. That's a japper.
Good take.
And a good take as well. He's very disappointed, Airi.
So it's 56 to 5. Nepal lost. Well, the new batter, Muhammad Adil Alam, the right-hander bat, comes in. Hard hitter, but Nepal requires a batter with a cool mind, like you can stay in the wicket.
But I don't think he's going to do that. He's going to play his natural game. Hopefully he can give company to Sompa.
Yes, so Nepal requires a good partnership here. Both batters are new in a single figures. Good delivery, surprised him up. Successful over of Bradley Evans comes to an end. So it's 10 gone, Nepal 56 to 5, and after this change we'll be getting Mr. Andrew and Mr. Avash in the commentary box.
Well, very good morning and welcome to the TU International Cricket Ground. Few issues this morning, but hopefully all of our streams and coverage up and running. Been a disastrous start for Nepal, beginning of the 50-over series, which is the perfect preparation for the 24 one-day internationals that lie ahead. But a rather calamitous batting effort has seen them lose 5 in the power play. And all 5 of those wickets falling to the opening pairing of Victor Inyauchi and Brad Evans, who've been excellent. Evans in particular, 3 for 18. Fantastic figures. Andrew Leonard alongside you. And delighted to have some company in the commentary box to get this morning going for the first time in this series. We're joined by Avesh Kamir, who will introduce after this ball. This one's driven away. Will pierce the infield, going to run away quickly for a Gaia. Super 4, it's a bit more like it, but been a disastrous start. And the promotion of Sampal Kami up to try and rescue things at number 6 is much needed. That's his first boundary. Score moves to 60 for 5. Avesh, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew. Such a beautiful morning here in Kathmandu. Especially the rain had stopped just before the match, and Nepal saw a decent start. Kusal Patel smashing 4 boundaries and giving Nepal a decent start, but that was not the story. Later, 10 overs and 1 ball down, and Nepal are 61 for 5. A little bit of trouble, this team right now.
And the ball has wobbled about, hasn't it? And certainly has been movement. I was just talking to Binod Das down on the sideline. And he said from all his experience here, now the general manager of cricket, of course, for the Cricket Association of Nepal, but all of his experience, you need to look up as much as you look down here in Kirtipur, particularly when you've got a morning start. And perhaps the Nepali batters haven't done that. It looks a very good batting surface, very true, but because of the overhead clouds that are about, we've seen that wobble and that lateral movement which has caused problems. Certainly Inyauchi hasn't as much control as Evans had, but there's been a few stray shots, and I think a few shots that the Nepali batters would like back.
Trying to go across the bowler batsman this time. Didn't quite pitch it well. Victor, 2 wickets and just 44 runs.
2 full this time, driven through the offside. Protection's gone out. We're into the second power play of the 3 power plays that will be played during this 50-over match. Essentially played under one-day international conditions. It's a List A clash, though, as it's the Zimbabwe A side rather than a full one-day international. So in this second power play, the overs between the 10th, well, in fact, the 11th and the 40th overs of the match, you're allowed 4 fielders outside the circle. And that's being utilised, just 3 of them being utilised by the Zimbabwean captain Tony Munyonga. That's 3rd man in place, fine leg, and the fielder you just saw there out at extra cover. This one's nicely worked into the leg side. Should be at least a couple. Brandon Mavuda does the chasing. He'll keep it to 2. Interesting to see Mohamed Adil Alam into the 50-over side for the first time after a rocketing start in T20 cricket.
Absolutely, 18-year-old all-rounder, a bright prospect for the Nepali cricket team, and especially for coach who's having his second spell here in Nepal, Bubudu. He wants to build a young team, and in recent times, as we've seen, Nepal is definitely looking at a young, new generation, a new breed of cricketers. The seniors have done their part, given Nepal the ODI status, and now it's for the young guns of Nepal to take Nepal to the greater heights. Nepal aiming to play Test cricket someday, Andy.
Yeah, certainly a stated aim of the skipper Sandeep Lamachani. Probably a bit of a journey to be taken. Still, one of the key aspects of gaining full membership is that those performances on the pitch. We get to the end of the 11th, it's 66 for 5. Ijaz. Mate. And you look with same sheets, no? Yes, yes. Okay. Cool. Could you also just ask him at some point in the next over or two to give us the playing 11s on the screen? Because earlier the audio wasn't working for most of the commentary. So Evan's going to continue here into his 6th. how long would you keep him going here? Do you go for 6, 7, 8? Certainly very helpful conditions. He's a big, tall, strong, fast bowler.
Zimbabwe wants to finish Nepal's innings pretty early. They had a good start, already taken 5 wickets of Nepal and was still in the 12th over. Just started the 12th over. They're trying not to leave any stone unturned.
The question though, how long do you keep him going? Do you just say 6 and then we'll give you a break? Do you say 7? Do you even go as much as 8?
Should have been rested him. Should have been brought another bowler. But looks like the captain wants him to bowl maybe one more over to get that one man out. Sompal is the man with the more experience right now on the striking end. Maybe Bradley has been bought for that purpose.
Down the leg side, this will be signalled as a wide. Yeah, game number 1 in this Staffan News Nepal versus Zimbabwe ODI series, powered by SkyExchange.net. Tell him, he's just told me. Yes. He's just told me that I've announced the series sponsor as it was on the screen. He needs to get the graphics corrected. Can you go speak to him and tell him that his graphics are wrong on the screen? I've just read what's on the screen. It's incorrect screen, so he needs to change it now. Okay? And don't tell me I'm wrong. Big swing and a miss outside the off stump, and an extravagant drive attempted by Bradley Evans. He could see the movement again away from the right-hander. That's what's caused the threat so far. Here's the 2 starting 11s. 3 changes for Nepal on the T20I series. And you can see Avanesh Bahara out of the side, alongside Basir Ahmed, also missing out. In comes 3 names: Sushan Bari, Sagar Dakal, and Arif Sheikh all into the team. Sheikh, of course, missed out. 2 changes as well for Zimbabwe 8. Cephas Zaweo, who will see big hitting 37-year-olds having a great run of form in domestic cricket in Zimbabwe, and excitingly, John O'Campbell into the series for the first time. He's a backward point at the moment, the son of the very famous left-handed batter for Zimbabwe, Alistair Campbell, who I'm sure is watching on. Very good morning to you in Harare, or whatever part of Zimbabwe you're in. Down the leg side, that'll be signalled wide. Campbell, who bats left-handed like his father, really good fielder and bowls good leg breaks too, so we may see those later on.
This one was a close call. The ball travelled very near to the leg stump. Sompal on strike. Nepal in a bit of a trouble, we might say.
Well, more than a bit of trouble, yeah. 5 down inside the power play is exactly the stuff of nightmares. They talk about 3 wickets you lose in the power play, you lose about 90% of your matches. It's a tall uphill task to climb, and it's made even steeper by the fact they've picked 3 out-and-out spinners in the shape of Sushan Bari, Sandeep Lamachani and Sagar Dakal. It almost feels like a straight shootout for the Texas squad, doesn't it, between those 2 left-arm spinners, Sushan Bari and Sagar Dakal. But Tony Munyanga, a very happy captain right now. Beautifully bowled again. Good carry through to the keeper, Madande. It takes very well. 12 gone. It's 68 for 5. So a great opportunity this for Mohamed Adil Alam. Into the 50-over side internationally for the first time for the senior men's team. We've seen all that power that he possesses get the fans very excited indeed. That helicopter shot that went viral around the world on his T20I debut, this very ground. We'll see a change in bowling. Luke Jongwe into the attack for the first time. Famed for that shoe phone celebration. I think he's claimed he's patented, although there's always an argument over who did it first. We've seen it run around the leagues. In fact, Sampal Kami, who he'll be bowling to at some point, has also got that out. Durga Subedi there at square leg, joined by Manjul Bhattarai, our two standing umpires today. Bhattarai just signalling that change in bowler. Third umpire today, he'll make all the line decisions. That's Sanjay Gurung. And Ram Yadav is our fourth umpire, rounding out the four local umpires. Starts with a very friendly full toss. And of course, a special word for our new match referee who's come in for these 50 over matches. That's Mohammed Shafiq Salman. Umpiring generally has been pretty good throughout the T20 series. Were you watching on the live coverage on Action Sports HD? Were you watching on the live coverage on Action Sports, enjoying the T20 series?
Yeah, I was trying to get some actions because I had few of the footballing work to be done. So
you're not a football fan. Come on, we're not going to fall out in the first stint we've ever done. Tell me you don't like football. Surely not.
I love football.
Oh dear, oh dear. We've already got a bridge in the commentary box. We've one cricket fan and we've one football fan. Dear, oh dear. Football, not the gentleman's game that cricket is. Watching on here live on Action Sports HD. How are the national team going, the national football team? All sorts of drama I hear. Players striking, coaches, drama, statements.
Nepali sports is always full of controversies, but at the end of the day, let's just hope we have a positive result from everything out there and the team gets to play again. Friendlies are coming up, Asia Cup qualifiers are coming up, so let's just hope all the players, the senior, junior players to get in the team again.
I'm not a football fan myself, a cricket man. How good is the national football side? Are they any use?
Talking about our national football team, let's take the context of South Asia. We have been a decent side. Recently, Nepal even reached to its first SAF championship final in its history. So, might say that's a progress, and a few new players have come into the squad. Some breakthroughs as well.
So, would you say that the cricket side is a stronger side, or the football side? Which is the kind of more talented team?
I wouldn't compare these two teams, different sports. So let's say both teams have one thing in common, that are young players, unproven players given chance by the coach, and that's the common thing between these two sports. Nepal is a country that loves both of the sport.
So recently, Nepal, although there was a slight downgrade due to the annual update from the ICC T20I rankings, it got right the way up towards 12th place in the world. Where are they in the football context?
Football Nepal is currently in 168th position.
Okay, so a slight difference there.
Slight difference. Yeah, also the factor that FIFA has more members. So in South Asian context, Nepal is pretty up.
Okay.
So
I'm going to stick with my cricketers who are ranked 12th in the world.
Currently, I would also stick with cricket.
I think that's a wise call, particularly given the audience. 70 for 5 in the 13th over. Certainly the only thing Manyanga might be a little bit displeased with, that wide counter. 11 wides already. We can see Brandon Mavuda warming up there in the background. May see his leg breaks a bit sooner rather than later, which might indicate that he may have a double change here. Take Evans off as well. And both the fast bowlers will come out, who are really impressive. 13 gone. Good tight start from Luke Jongwe. Just 2 wides coming from the over. It's 70 for 5. Sampal Kami continues to drive this rebuilding effort, as I thought it might be. We see a double change in bowling. Brad Evans comes out of the attack. There must have been a serious temptation for Tony Manyonga to keep him going for one more. Could he have gone to a 7th over?
The fact that he didn't get a wicket in his last over, in his 6th over, the captain might have kept him for now. Not too much stress on the bowlers, as they've already taken 5 wickets. So 2 bowlers for a spell, 5 overs. That's not a bad thing. Young guns get but later on.
You're also going to see if there's any turn in this wicket. He's not a left arm slow bowler. Brandon Mavuda will get that corrected. He's a leg spinner, and a really fine right arm leg spinner. Been impressed with him. He's bowled with a nice loop. Not a sharp turner of the ball, just tends to straighten it off the parallel, but he's got a really good googly, so keep your eyes out for that. You'll see that from behind the bowler's arm when you see the ball instead of the back of the hand. So that's a regulation leg break, just skidding on. Quick single, direct hit would have been close, but Kami's very quick and he'll get through for 1. The pitches historically have tended to suit spin here, but over the last 2 or 3 years, as I've come more and more frequently, they've got better and better for seam bowling and for batting.
Absolutely. The history of this ground especially favors the spinners, and like you said exactly, it has been favoring the seamers.
Too full and driven very firmly indeed, but straight to the fielder. I think that's the man into the side today, big Sefa Soeo. It is indeed. You're never too old, 37 years young. Hits a really big ball. If he gets going at the top of the order, he could make short work of this chase. Has Adil Alam hold out? He's picked out the man at long off. Would you believe it? It's not a T20 we're playing here. It's a 50 over match with 37 more overs to bat. And Mohamed Adil Alam has decided to go for the maximum. And the reason that that's not a good option, you've got the fielder out there, Brad Evans, at long off. If he's up in the circle, it's a perfectly safe shot. Instead,
that was a wrong shot selection, especially when the team is down by more than 5 wickets. That's not the kind of a shot you play, and that's maybe the lack of experience as well.
Simple catch held by Evans. Adil Alam's gone for 2. It's 71 for 6. Batting card, someone? Can you get Roshan? Roshan. Somebody get a message like we still need to be able to really take someone in the control box, yeah? So we're now in a drinks break, we haven't announced the drinks break. So welcome back. We just had a bit of a break in play with the first drinks break taken in the 14th over. Umpires deciding they'd seen enough over the course of the first hour and 10 minutes or something like that. And it was time to take a drinks break. You've just missed Mohammed Adil Alam holding out, caught at long off. And a really strange shot choice with 36 and a half overs to bat. Sushan Bari's going to come in at number 8. I think the reason for that, they're going to try and hold Karen KC back to use that power in what might hopefully be the latter half of the first innings. Bari's just going to be sent in to keep things simple and try and keep the leg spinner out with his left-handed batting. And that'll close out the 14th over. The score 71 for 6. So there's the batting card, and you can see the havoc has been wreaked particularly by the big tall fast bowler Bradley Evans. Outstanding figures, 6 overs, 3 for 20 for him. He picked up the big wickets of Asif Sheikh, Dipendra Singh Airi, and then crucially trapped Rohit Paudel LBW right in front. A couple of wickets too for Victor Nyauchi. They were pretty expensive though. 2 for 47 remarkably from his 6 overs. And an immediate impact from Brandon Mavuda as well, 1 for 1. We'll get those graphics corrected. He's 3 for 20, Bradley Evans, not 2 for 20. He did pick up the wickets of Asif Sheikh, Dipendra Singh Airi and Rohit Paudel. Luke Jongwe will continue. And no ball is called. Not for the first time in this series. We see a bowler overstepping, so we're going to see a free hit signalled. And Sampal Kami will have a nice chance to get his tally up to double figures.
The free hit might relieve some kind of pressure from the Nepali batsmen, especially Sompal, who is known for his hittings. Luke, on the other hand, might have his plans. Opportunity for Nepal.
Critically, the field can't change. Free hit. And he's going to chip it straight to the mid-off fielder, who drops what would have been a pretty simple catch had a chance of counting. They're the ones to drop if you're in the field, aren't they?
Exactly. Well bowled from Luke. Yorker didn't give any room for the batter to score off it. It's in bowling figures. It's given.
Nicely bowled. Just half a attempt to leave it after, but I think he's played at that Sampal Kami. There continues to be movement. Jongwe not picking up as much movement as Evans and Nyauchi did, but the thick cloud cover that we have is really making the 2 white balls that are in operation here talk.
Absolutely. And when you talk about Luke, a bowler needs no introduction. He's played a test match already. 28 ODIs and 22 one-day internationals.
Yeah, that's a very tight call, and Jongwe takes a look at the umpire, takes a look at the wide line. And I think this one probably a little harsh against the bowler, but the extras continue to stack up. And you can see Jongwe, the most experienced international cricketer in the touring party, 51 appearances for the senior Zimbabwe side. He'll be looking to make his case to get back in the mix. It'll be the shortest format that Zimbabwe will be focusing on over the coming months. Currently have South Africa A there, visits of Namibia next month. This one is definitely a wide. And Afghanistan coming down for two series, both a 50-over series in the ICC Cricket World Cup Super League, and then 3 matches of T20 internationals, which will build them up for the qualifier B. And such heartache still ringing across the country of Nepal. They missed out in qualifier A in Oman, but 8 sides will joust it out in Harare for the final 2 places. Probably Zimbabwe and the Netherlands you might consider the favourites, but plenty of good sides in the mix. The USA, the likes of Singapore. It'll be interesting to see if Tim David plays for Singapore in that event. Hong Kong, Jersey, and my real outside chances for the event. I really like the way Uganda are going at the moment. Keep your eyes on Uganda. All you've got to do in that competition, get through the group, win your semi-final, you go to Australia.
Big chance for teams. Talking about Nepal, Nepal has a US tour coming up where Nepal will play USA and Oman. So
then the leg side going to be a wide again. The extras counter is all of a sudden making a big play for top scorer in this innings. Our old friend Ernie Extras, it's already worth 16. And that's a sign of how much the ball is moving about.
yeah, also looking at how Luke is bowling, he's not exactly trying to get his line and length correct. Struggling a bit with that.
Full toss, yeah, he's all over the place here at the moment. Luke Jongwe has no rhythm whatsoever. And it's interesting to see as well for me, Tony Manyonga, the skipper at mid-off, warming up potentially to have a bowl for the first time in Kathmandu. We didn't see him once during the T20 series, and the players I've been chatting to in the Zimbabwean camp have been asking the captain, why aren't you bowling? He's a very good off spinner and he'll enjoy bowling his off breaks to Sushambari. So this might be the last we'll see of Luke Jongwe for the moment after these couple of deliveries. Already four extras in the over, 3 wides and a no ball.
The only leverage currently Zimbabwe have is that 6 wickets that they've taken of Nepal in the early overs. Susan is there batting, playing a defensive shot, not risking it. He's just there to stand for Sompal Kami, not to give away his wicket and let Sompal do his thing. The main point for both the batsmen right now is to just rotate the strikes and trying to collect more singles as possible.
Yeah, I think it's just survival mode, certainly for the next 5 to 10 overs at least. 6 down inside 15 overs. You're going to see a lot of that from Sushambari. Dead bats. 15 gone. We'll have a commentary change after this. It's 76 for 6. So, a very good morning to Ijaz Ahmed, who's going to come and join me, Andrew Leonard, in the commentary box. You're very welcome along to the coverage. You might just be joining us for the first time this morning. Wherever you're watching on from around the world, a very concerned Nepali dugout, understandably, because they've lost 6 wickets inside 15 overs, 5 of those falling in the power play, and then a bit of a sucker punch, losing Mohamed Adil Alam. And as I thought, Tony Manyonga is going to come on for his first bowl of the series. Really nice little off-break bowler. Ijaz, you were on call for the first 10 overs, 5 wickets falling. Excellent batting, or excellent bowling, or some really poor batting? Which was it?
Well, I think so that Evans, the key factor, that too has bowled well, rather than the first over when the boundaries were flowing all along the ground. But after that, when Evans comes up, straight away the things had just changed properly. And I think so that he's just keeping the ball in the right position. Seam up, getting away swingers, in dippers, some fuller deliveries. So that had made the batters to think a couple of times before playing their shots and strokes. So courtesy, I think so that the way that Zimbabwean bowlers, they've been having a thumbing time here on Zimbabwe, courtesy Evans bowling.
Yeah, he was outstanding, wasn't he? 3 for 20 from his 6 overs. I thought they might keep him going just for a 7th.
Yeah.
Big hit down the ground. That's a really good strike from Sompal Kami. He's been very watchful so far. That's going to fly all the way for 11 Sports Super 6. And for the first time today, the umpire has his arms outstretched above his head. Pretty low risk shot. And hit right the way down the ground over the head of the long mid-off fielder who's up in the circle.
Yeah, see, it's a push to the ball quickly. Just leaning forward, pitch off the ball, and just picked it up right underneath of his bat and just gone straight enough to have some good distance, gone for 6. And I think so Sompal has got the habit of playing such kind of shots all the time.
Going to be more runs this time. They're coming off the outside edge to Sampal Kami and pick up a couple. You can just see down in this part of the ground, that's where there was a bit of concern this morning from the umpires who took a look down there. We had a reasonably heavy shower, probably around 5 a.m. I'm sure you were already up doing your work in the gym, weren't you?
Yeah, I was not at gym, but I was up. Having tea at that time.
I was just about going to bed, I think. We get to the end of the 16th. It's 84 for 6. Going to have spin from both ends of the ground. Only real concern for Zimbabwe this morning, the couple of overs that Luke Jongwe bowled there, absolutely all over the place he was, no rhythm. Unless maybe he's going to have a change of ends, it'll be interesting to see. We'll see the leg spinner come in from the pavilion end of the ground, that's Brandon Mavuda. He's been arguably in some ways the pick of the Zimbabwean attack over the course of these 4 matches.
Yes, I think so. And today, let's see. The way he's bowling here, 1 wicket already for him. And it's been added beauty, like the pacers, they have done the job, and now the spinners, they're adding some more class.
I think what we're also seeing as well is the ever widening, the ever growing gap between the two formats. When I say the two formats, I mean the two white ball formats, T20 cricket and 50 over cricket. They're incredibly different. You need completely different approaches as bowlers, as batters. And I think perhaps the Nepali batters this morning guilty of not assessing the conditions, not being aware of the fact that they have all 50 overs to bat, and certainly a few really poor strokes going alongside that excellent spell of bowling, particularly from Brad Evans. This one's 2 noises, so thuds off an inside edge and onto the pad. Mavuda stifles his appeal as he realises that that's come off the bat. But this is exactly what these games are for, Ijaz. You don't mind making mistakes in a match like this, but by the time you get to Texas, you've got to get all your plans right. There's that inside edge, might have pitched outside leg as well. But not a good day for the batters so far.
Yeah, exactly. But you're talking right, like what Zimbabwean has done here, the wonders in the bowling. But Nepal cricketers, they need to learn quickly that how to shift momentum from T20 to ODIs when you've been having some good time, longer parts. So with this dot delivery, 17 gone, Nepal 84 for 6.
So just gone past a third of the potential 50 overs that could be used, and it was just the 1 over of the skipper Tony Munyanga. He's going to see if a change of ends to the Chobar end of the ground will work the oracle for Luke Jongwe. But Jongwe, to me, he just looked like he had no rhythm. His run-up was unfluent, and certainly plenty of extras, not just the no ball but several wides. Maybe the change of ends is going to work for the big man. It's a bit more like it to start with.
Yes, and I think so, like 3 or 4 good deliveries, what has been required here from Zimbabwe A side, because they have already done a good job, like 60% they have done the job here for the game. So I think it's like bringing back Evans at this stage, getting a couple of slips around the corner can give you a wicket or 2.
Right on the money. That's more like it from Jongwe. Yeah, certainly the movement we saw that caused the Nepali batters so many problems this morning, it wasn't off the pitch. So there's no issues with the pitch, it was through the air. And that's why Binod Das's words of wisdom, they rung true in my ear, and I think maybe the Nepali batters should be listening to that. Don't look down here at Kirtipur, look up and see what is in the skies, and that's going to affect what the ball does. Good diving stop and extra cover by the big man Sifas Sueo. Looking forward to seeing him batting. It's a very big ball indeed. 37 years young, back into the starting 11 for Zimbabwe.
Yes, and you're stating the right point of playing those shots, because in subcontinent the weight of the bat has been almost on the bottom when you've been driving through the shots. But when you've been shifting the momentums like some pacey tracks at Aussie's Lane and Motley at England conditions, you need to shift your weight at the bottom of your bat. Just go onto the back foot and play with that. But here I think so it's a day when you have to stay up. Don't go much on the driving seat, on the driving shots. Look back and play on the back foot.
Driven, but straight to the mid-off fielder. You can immediately tell just even the pace of the game, the intensity of the match, despite the loss of those early wickets. The difference in feeling and rhythm to a 50-over clash, to a T20 clash. The gulf is massive. They may be played both in coloured clothing, both with a white ball. Very happy head coach on the sidelines there, Dougie Hondo, alongside Stanley Chisora, his bowling coach, Eric Chauluka, his batting coach. It's much better stuff from Luke Jongwe this over. A little bit full to close out, but it's a maiden and a good change of ends for him. 18 gone, 84 for 6. Big appeal and given. Sushambari has not played a shot in anger. He's been sent in to stop the flow of wickets, and instead he's been trapped in front for an 11-ball duck. I'm not sure why the sweep shot came out. Maybe that lack of runs just affecting him mentally. And Brandon Mavuda continues his excellent series.
Yes, exactly. Sushant goes for naught in 11 deliveries, and it's second consecutive, like you can say, maiden overs. So Nepal lost here 84 for 7.
Yeah, just a quick flash of the replay there. Trapped in front. He's gone for a duck. 84 for 7. Karen Casey to the crease. He's in at number 9 to join his old sparring partner, his great friend Sampal Kami. Both out-and-out all-rounders, but I'd go as far as to say definitely the last two recognised batters for Nepal. Just Sandeep Lamachani and Sagar Dakal left in the hutch. Disastrous stuff throughout the top and middle order. And it's over to the two all-rounders, the two men who were missing from the side in Oman at that qualifier. And Karen Casey will get off the mark immediately, just guiding that down off the face of the bat for a single. They're great friends, these two. I think it's fair to say they are thick as thieves together.
Yeah, I hope so. But at this stage, if anyone can come and can stay in the wicket, or on the wicket like, for another 60 or maybe 60 plus minutes, will be the key for Nepal.
And I suppose the big change here is this one's driven nicely out towards John O'Campbell, who's a superb fielder. So Karen KC is going to have to get moving. He does, to get back for a couple. The difference again in this 50 over format, you actually need to bat time.
Yeah.
It's not just about getting your strike rate moving. There's always time to catch up. And you'll see ODI innings paced at maybe an initial strike rate of 50 or 60. Beautifully bowled again by Mavuda, right on the money, beats the drive, and that's what I haven't seen much of from the Nepali batters. We've seen lots of extravagant strokes and perhaps still a little bit stuck in the T20 mindset.
Yeah, I think so, because temperament, that should be applied here from Nepal batters. They were just not being able to do so here. I think so that the factor which kept them on the back foot was the swinging deliveries. They thought that might be, it's a pitch which is difficult to bat on. That factor has just led them to this stage.
Driven out towards the sweeper fielder. John O'Campbell will tidy up. Really looking forward to seeing him later on this afternoon, if he gets his chance with the bat. 19 gone. It's 88 for 7. That fella is. Who's he? Oh, he's an actor, okay. Oh, Roshan, there you are. You're not there in the control room, no? No, just chilling out there. Good man, Roshan. 88 for 7 in the 19th. To the 20th over now. Look at this disastrous batting card.
Just like a phone number like 5586.
Yeah, Sampal Kami just setting the anchor role in, promoted up the order to number 6, and he's looked pretty effective so far. Tight in his technique, and good on the drive, just like that. That's a lovely shot, a sparkling stroke maybe. In fact, the shot of the morning so far, a beautiful cover drive for 4. And look at this, Sampal Kami, he's very well known for his love of dogs. He's got a dog on the pitch. We'll come back to that. It's a Gaia Super 4, lovely drive.
Yeah, exactly. Wonderful shot. Positive sign. The way that we did see that shot, we're just leaning forward, approaching to the pitch of the ball. The front foot was there, and driven through nice and smoothly, getting 4 runs.
We'll just see if we can come back to the live pictures, because Sampal Kami has just given the dog who's run onto the pitch the most beautiful hug. And now the groundsman is running him off. He looked a very happy dog to be getting a hug from Sampal Kami as well. His tail was wagging.
And a couple of days ago, I did see that both of Sampal and this dog, they were fighting. And it was quite like not a fight, it was a gentle fight.
Well, you've got to love a cricket dog. There's nothing quite like one. Gorgeous little dog. He's a big animal lover, Sampal Kami. You'll see a lot of his Instagram feed is taken up by his adoration of man's best friend, and I think that's a lovely moment. A perfect cover drive. On comes the dog to congratulate him. He gets a hug and off he goes.
Yes, it happens that we're having not that much number of fans, but the dog, he was just appreciated. And I think so that Sampal needs to stay there in the center. He has done the hard work, like 23 runs in 43 deliveries, so he should be staying there in the center, show some temperament, spend some more time.
Quick single's going to be run, and Karen KC needed to get moving. Direct hit wasn't affected. I think he might have just got home anyway. Good diving attempt from the fielder, but safely through for the single in my opinion.
Yes, he just tucked that one away, and I think so he was on the back foot in his crease when he was off. And there you go, dragging the bat, but that fielder was a slight bit of lazy. You need to be on your toes because you have got already 7 wickets. One more, and your job will be done, I think so. Like Sompal here, the key wicket, they were all looking towards him.
Yeah, Roy Kaya was the fielder. I don't think even if he'd affected the direct hit, he's actually just done himself a bit of damage as well. He's going to have the physio run onto the field as he got that dive in. The square is very hard indeed. We've seen the outfield take quite a lot of rain over the last week or so, but the square itself has been very well protected, and he just looks like he's done himself a little bit of damage to the lower leg as he's tried to effect that run out. So the physio has run on to the field. That's Anisu Mupodoringa, and he's going to get some treatment affected there for Kaya. Might see a sub-fielder need to come on here. He looks in a bit of bother.
Yes, he was just trying to get a wicket there. Might be run out chance, but there you can see he's just not been feeling comfortable. Some think on the knee and the right side, and physio just given him a bit of the treatment. But I think so it's been pretty more deep. That's why he's not been able to walk properly. That's why he's not been in the centre. I think so. A couple of minutes treatment, and he will be surely coming back into the playing area and will show his skills as his team is really on the peak. And such kind of things can break the momentum. They have got 7 wickets, and I think so. Like a couple of minutes or like 3 or 4 minutes break can be harmful. Breaking the form of the game. But as Nepal, they're really struggling here. 7 wickets down for 93 runs. Run rate, it was at the start like more than 8 runs per over. It's just dropped down almost on a half. And Mr. Andrew, like we had been watching like many of the dot deliveries here. Like I had seen like a couple of overs continuously gone made in, then in this over like 1 boundary, 1 single. So I think they're taking time, but they need to learn quickly that they need to rotate strike as well, rather than going for the dot deliveries.
I don't think dots are the issue, not in the 50 over format. You can chew up plenty of dots. You've got time to catch up. We'll talk about that after this over. It's 20 gone, 93%. Vuda's going to continue with his leg breaks. Would you suspect we might see some leg spin as well from John O'Campbell? Certainly he considers himself an out-and-out all-rounder. Will he be the kind of 5th, 6th bowling option that might be turned to by Zimbabwe?
Yeah, I think so. It would be a good one, because when you're keeping your 2 bowlers like for 10 overs, the batters might be looking more comfortable. They can easily judge the height, the length, the spin of those bowlers. So I think so. Change can really work for you.
Driven into the offside this time, should just be a single. Yeah, I think for Karen KC and Sampal Kami, it will probably feel a little bit like a throwback to 5 or 6 years ago. Notoriously, the Nepali top and middle order would have had historical issues and challenges where these 2 all-rounders would have had to dig them out of these kind of holes. But the batting has improved hugely with its consistency in recent years. And this isn't the start to the series that Pabudu Dasanayake would have wanted.
Yes, and it should be like improving with the passage of time.
Yeah, and for Karen KC as well, who we obviously so famously know his power game. It's a good chance for him to bat some time and show that he can bat for 12, 15, maybe 20 overs and accumulate a big score, not just through brute force, but through some touch and some poise. And it's going to be a good test for both of these all-rounders.
Yes, what is overbowled?
John Gray will continue, and the extras that have haunted this innings for Zimbabwe, probably the only thing that's gone wrong, in fact, continue to tick up all the way up to 17. And Sampal Kami's moved to 25 now. He's looked very much in control of his innings, and interesting to see him bat up as high as number 6 in the order. This game number 1 of the SkyExchange.net, Nepal versus Zimbabwe series, powered by Dafa News, played and missed. Sampal Kami, I think, trying to cod the commentators and pretend that he's left that one alone, but he's definitely had a fish outside the off stump.
Yes, very close call. Though that they had taken off the slips, but I think so that at this stage they should be having one slip there, because at any time you might be looking at T20 version of cricket from both of these two batters of Nepal.
Bit of a cutter that time, I think, maybe just rolling his fingers down the right hand side of the ball, bit of an off cutter. Those projected scores at the bottom of your screen, something around 225 if they continued going at the rate they are. That shows the rate isn't necessarily the issue, it's the wickets column.
Yes, exactly. They've lost 7 wickets, 3 more, so might be that if you can expect another 50 or might be 80 runs, and you can also expect in cricket like another 150.
Nicely clipped around his legs by Karen KC. Yeah, these two, of course, are probably most famously known for their bowling for the national side, but equally capable with the bat. Karen KC, who brings all that power hitting, big sixes down the ground, and then Sampal Kami, who's more of an accumulator, will work the ball around, pick up lots of 1s and 2s, and the occasional sparkling cover drive. He's been pretty watchful so far, and he's actually shown that there's a way to bat in these conditions, and there's a way to bat on this wicket today.
Yeah, it's a good to be in such kind of conditions, like you have lost 7 wickets, scores are lesser, and for any RCC big event, if you will be having such kind of situations, I think so the batters can learn how to cope up with such kind of things and conditions with the bowlers, so that you may get some more confidence.
Left alone again outside the off stump. If we look forward to this tour of America, the trip to Texas, 4 one-day internationals for Nepal against the host USA, and then the tournament table toppers at the moment, Oman, the approach for those matches, it's going to need to be one built, you'd imagine, not just around their spin bowlers, but a good seam attack, and certainly a better batting display than they're showing today. Where are the runs going to come from? Do you think they're going to be heavily reliant upon that middle order of Rohit Paudel and Dipender Singh Airi? We'll come back to that and get to the end of the 22nd. 97 for 7. So, there is the batting card, 97 for 7. I was just asking you where the run's going to come from for Nepal in the USA. Will it be Dipender Singh Airib and Rohit Paudel predominantly, or do you see roles there for the two Sheikhs and Kushal Bertel up the top of the order?
Well, I think so that they should be sticking with the regular openers, because when you're giving the chances, the practices to your regular openers, that will add some more confidence, because it's been a known thing, that statement that you should be giving your players the perfect chance to play in the centre on their same spots, on their placements, on their numbers, so that they can earn some more respect, some more confidence, and they can deliver in the centre. So I think they should be going with their regular batters on the top and then the middle order, so that for the future they must be building a good side.
If we look at the last two Cricket World Cup League 2 tri-series that Nepal have played in, one of those series coming in the UAE, then the other one coming last year in September in Oman in that extreme heat, there has been batting issues. There's been challenges for what is now Pupadu Dasanayaka's side. Of course, the series last September was under the stewardship of Dab Watmore, the previous head coach, who was only with the side for about 12 months. But to be honest, the results were pretty similar. If we look at the batting efforts, this is starting out chronologically. They chased down 230 against the USA, mainly thanks to Kushal Bertel's innings of 84. That's the googly out of the back of the hand, beautifully bowled, and only picked at the last second by KC. Then they were bowled out for just 196 by Oman. That was a heavy defeat, before being bowled out for a similar total, 174, which the United States chased very comfortably, before chasing down just 121 against Oman. And then it was almost an action replay, really, in the UAE. And that's the googly again, beautifully bowled. Not easy to pick out of the hand. 23 gone. Score 98 for 7.
So the previous over was having just a single run. And you're right.
So, change of bowling. And we're going to see the strike bowler come back into the attack. I like this move. The game was just drifting a little bit, and Luke Jongway hasn't quite got things right. So they're going to go back to Brad Evans. 4 overs remaining. This might just be a 2-over burst here.
Yes, might be. And I think so that they've got 1 slip. There should be 2 slips. Because at any time when you've been facing like tail-enders, they might be flashing you hard. It might be that the first slip has not been much enough or far enough. So you must be having 2 slips. But I think that he's just taken off that slip as well. 3 wickets for him.
Short ball. Very close to be signalled as a wide, but given as one for the over. We're just talking about the batting problems for Nepal in the 50-over game. It's ironic given how strong the batting's looking in the T20 game, but if we look back to the series in March there in both Sharjah and Dubai, only just about able to chase down 204 against Papua New Guinea, mainly thanks to Rohit Paudel's innings of 60, winning by 2 wickets there. It's nicely bowled, just risen off back of a length, but then unable to chase down 168 against the UAE in what was green seaming conditions at the Dubai International Stadium. Again, Rohit Paudel 46, but nobody else any runs of any kind, bowled out in 35.1 overs. A few days later, it was a case of deja vu, bowled out for 103 in just 35 overs. Gyanendra Malla, the former captain, with 30 that day. And then it was over to Arif Sheikh to chase down 173 against Papua New Guinea, which they did pretty comfortably. But generally, some pretty mixed batting efforts. And without the experience of Malla in the order, who looks like from the selections that have been made at the moment as though he's not going to be on that tour of Texas, there's questions to be asked and questions to be answered of that Nepali batting lineup.
Yes, they need to upgrade their ODI gadgets and weapons. And I think so that temperament, that should be the key, that whoever you've been playing in the centre should be having some good temperament. Like in T20, you need some aggression. But for the longer version, like white ball cricket of ODI and then in a test games, you need to get some players like you got some temperaments to stay on the wicket and can rotate the strike as well, can go like sometimes attacking onto the bowlers. So I think that they should be keeping an eye like who is a good bowler, who's a good batter, to keep them along at USA in the future leagues.
Good comeback this from Brad Evans posing questions. No wickets in that over though. And we get to the end of the 24th. Still not yet at 100. It's 99 for 7. Yeah, one more, mate. One more, and we'll switch over to who is it? You, Paresh, and but who's going to lead that then? One more, mate. I don't know which who's going to lead, boys. You can discuss amongst yourselves. Brandon Mavuda has been bowling very nicely indeed. He continues to whirl away from the pavilion end, just the one over from the Chobar end of the ground. Looks in really good control of his leg breaks. And if you're a young leg spinner watching on, watch the action that he gets on the ball, the energy, the momentum that he's imparting into every delivery. And that one's turned sharply, a real beauty, angling into the right-hander and biting off the surface away. Just a little bit too full this time, but KC can't pierce the infield.
Yes, the delivery before that were really marvellous. We're just pitching in the right area, and I think so. He should be keeping like 3 or 4 deliveries in that spot. Might be he can take a wicket here. Is Karan Casey will not be good enough to play against spin.
Yeah, that's the googly. You can pick that one clearly out of the back of the hand. So you'll have seen the ball from the view you're watching on the TV instead of the wrist. The cheers, the ripples of applause from the crowd are coming because the 100's come up. It's come up inside the 25th over, which is fine. And if that was for 1, 2 or 3, even 3 wickets, it'd be okay. But they're 7 down and a tall task to even bat out their overs still. It's the googly again, and that hasn't been picked. You can see Sampal Kami not picking out of the hand, was expecting the leg break, goes on with the arm and a wide down the leg side.
Yes, and I think so like over here, leg break will be a good option from Brandon, because the way he's pitching those wrong one, I don't think so he's pitching in those right areas. Must be a leg break.
Tossed up and turns into a low full toss and squirts away off the inside edge of Kami for a single. Funny thing about 50 over cricket, and the same format we're playing as an ODI, although it's a List A game here today in status. You have so much time as a batter to catch up. There's every chance that these two could build this total up well north of 200, but Zimbabwe will want to break the partnership and try to restrict the home side to less than 150. 25 gone. It's the halfway stage of the first innings. We'll have a commentary change after this. It's 103 for 7.
Welcome back again. Nepal versus Zimbabwe A. Nepal not looking good if you're looking down at the score sheet. 103 for 7. This is a 50 overs cricket, 25 over gone for Nepal. Karan Casey and Sompal are batting currently. Brandon is in the bowling attack. And along with me in the commentary box is former Nepal national captain Paresh Lohani.
Yeah, Avash, thank you very much. And having such a quick start, Nepal has lost their way. They're 103 for 7 already in the 26th over. Well, the wicket looked a belter of a track, but Evans bowled beautifully throughout his spell, giving some air, movement in the air.
Brandon not allowing Sompal to play some strokes. Sompal, decent batting shown. Tried to go big, Sompal this time, but the ball was pretty wide from his body. Umpire Devendra Subedi doesn't make any hesitation to signal that wide, a clear wide.
That was a very wayward delivery by the bowler there. I think they have gone upstairs for the stumping. It's easily in. Sompal.
His right foot never even left the ground. Wicketkeeper, maybe he was confused. I think it's safe to say he is safe. Karan Casey and Sompal, these two batters, need to steady the innings. They might be the last hope for Nepal to at least reach somewhere around 150, 160. And as Paresh said in the pitch report in the morning, 250 would be a decent scoreline.
Yes, it was a pass score, not more than that. But it looks like 200 is also a very hard to get.
The decision stays. It's again going to be Brandon.
Sompal has played very well. 27 of 60. Staying there at the one end as an anchor role.
Eight out of 15 players from Zimbabwe A, those who have travelled to Nepal, have already played an ODI, and most of them have played at least some form of international cricket. Trying to get those singles, but straight to the fielder. Karan on strike.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Karan Casey like this. 7 of 21.
Trying to squeeze a single Karan, but the attempt goes in vain. 26 overs gone, 106 for 7 Nepal. Tony is brought into the bowling attack for Zimbabwe A. A single for Nepal. These two batters are trying to steady the innings for Nepal, especially if we talk about Sompal. Done a pretty decent job. He has narrowed down the wickets going down rate. As Andrew said before, the run rate is not the problem, but the fall of wickets is the big problem for Nepal at their very own home ground here in Kirtipur.
Giving some air there. A misfield there. A welcome boundary for Nepal. Yeah, these are the two recognized batsmen for Nepal. So they should, bat together till the 46th over. Let's say under 20 overs.
Wonderfully played shot. Straight to the long on. Fielder tried his best but couldn't match the pace. Another boundary might not happen. Misfield. But no runs taken.
Yeah, Karan now starting to opening up. He has to break the shackles now without taking any risk though. That one was a half tracker pulled by Karan to the mid wicket for a single. Now they are rotating the strike. 8 of 4.
Karan, the sort of batter he is, will be looking for loose balls. Another wide and might race down for a boundary. Wide and a boundary. That means 5 runs added to Nepal's tally. A bit of pressure relief from the batsman in this over. A couple of extras and a boundary for Karan Casey as well.
That was a wayward bowling by the bowler there. Way down the leg side. Wide and a boundary. Look at that.
Brandon, he wasn't expecting that. Anything that helps for Nepal to add runs to the score sheet. Straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. Almost half of the innings in terms of overs left, and it's the end of 27th over. Nepal 119 for 7. Another dot ball. 13 runs coming off that last over. Karan started the over with a boundary that helped Nepal to relieve some pressure.
Oh, well bowled by the captain, Tony. He's doing a pretty good job. Right on the Yorker length. And giving some air too. Enticing the batsman to go over the top.
Will be a single for Nepal. Karan will comfortably collect that single along with his batter Sumpal, who is on 33 off 63 balls. At one point, Zimbabwe thought they would finish the inning quick. But right now, experience coming in handy for Nepal. The two batters have proven themselves in other international stages as well. No need to tell the Nepali audience about that.
That's pretty well bowled again, well left by Kami. Yeah, doing a very good job. 33 already, Kami, and 15 Karan. A good partnership building here.
Susan departed for a duck, facing 11 balls. It's 1 run off the over so far. And that'll be 2 runs to finish the over. Nepal 121 for 7 at the end of 28th over. Welcome back once again. If you've just tuned in, Nepal versus Zimbabwe. This is the bilateral series. These 2 teams have already played the T20 matches. One was washed by rain, and a win for each team in each games, the first and the third, with Nepal winning the 3rd fixture by a good margin, we might say. And currently, Nepal is a bit struggling.
Oh, that's a very good start by Joao. Gentle left arm, orthodox.
Wonderful flight. Traditional left arm orthodox bowler. We don't get those these days with the commercialization of cricket and the shorter format especially.
Yeah, because of the shorter format. Teasing the batsman outside off stump, doing a very good job.
And you have to appreciate the patience of Sompal, not trying to give away his wicket, trying to play a risky shot. And just having said that, Scott.
Commentator's curse, I must say. Avash.
Absolutely, Paresh. And the 8th wicket falls for Nepal. Sompal departs for 34 of 70 balls. It's Nepal 121 for 8. Captain joins Karan on the crease. Let's see what the young captain of Nepal has to offer for his team. Nepal in a bit of a worry. 121 runs and 8 wickets gone. This is the 29th over running.
They still have 21.2 overs to go. Even if you can take 80 of that, it'll still be 200.
But he's still sticking with his 200.
But look at the column, wicket column, 8 down already.
Sandeep just needs to play a sensible innings. He just needs to give his strike to Karan. That's what he must be planning. One of the youngest captains of Nepal. Loose ball. Collect a single. And as said, Karan will be on strike. End of the 29th over. Nepal 122 for 8. As we thought, the man is back in the bowling attack. Bradley Evans has taken 3 wickets in 7 overs, 28 dot balls.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe A team, and he's bowled very well in the starting when Bhutal was going berserk.
Short ball. Putting the batsman in pressure right away, giving that statement. It's not going to be easy, Sandeep.
Yeah, he's going to bowl short balls at Sandeep whatsoever.
Sandeep wanted a single and will get a single. Comfortable single. Karan on strike. Pressure relieves. A bit of smile and pro-feast exchange between the batter and the bowler.
Yeah, Sandeep is a good character. I mean, even the opponent team, he always goes, talks to them.
All the Nepali franchise cricket teams will be looking at this match, especially players like Bradley. It would be a good addition since they've already played in Nepal. Close ball, not giving much room to the batter.
Bowling some hard balls there. Evans, Kami out for 34 of 70 balls. This partnership, just 2 runs of 5.
Zimbabwe winning the toss and making the right decision to bowl first in this match. And what a wonderful weather to play a game of cricket, Paresh. Outskirts of Kathmandu, Kirtipur, the city that's built totally on a single piece of stone, as they say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, such a nice venue this. And it's very pleasant to play in these conditions. No sun.
23 degrees Celsius is the current temperature, and the chances of rain is 88%. Well played. Clever shot. Ball races down to the boundary. This is the reason Karan wanted the strike. He's getting a boundary.
Yes, he's the only recognized batsman in the team so far. That's very well done. Played it very fine. A late cut.
Last ball of the over. Low full toss. Will get a single. Karan will be on strike for the next over. Nepal 127. Let me correct that. Nepal 128 for 8 at the end of the 30th over. That's a nice shot played. It's a boundary. Karan Casey looking confident. Out of all his teammates, he is not struggling. That's what we can say right now. He's scored a couple of boundaries already, getting the runs going with his singles and boundaries. And currently looking at Nepal's score sheet, it's not a wise decision to take a single. A bit of hesitation there, but Sandeep will be on strike now, and this is the opportunity. This is an opportunity for Zhuao to try and get that wicket.
Yeah, Karan is opening up now. Sandeep has to give him the partnership that he needs.
Single from Sandeep.
That's very well done by Sandeep, rotating the strike.
That's in the air and gone.
A very soft dismissal for Karan Casey there. Top test, and it was a simple catch at square leg. He must be very disappointed. Zhuao bowling that very slow. That is why I think Karan Casey just misread the ball, the pace of the ball.
The replay will confirm this to us. Might be Karan mistimed it because the ball had taken an uneven bounce. Karan Casey for now departs for 25.
Let's look at the replay here. Yeah, because of the pace, slowness of the pace. That is why he was so into no man's land.
Just started to hit some boundaries. Had scored 3 boundaries. Now he departs 25 off 35 balls. Nepal 134 for 8. Let me correct that. The left-arm spinner Sagar Thakal comes out to bat. The last man, the last wicket for Nepal. Can these two tailenders need to add up some scores to the scoreboard? Sagar Thakal was on the squad for the T20 against Zimbabwe, but wasn't in the starting 11. And he's brought in as a good partner for Sandeep in 50 overs cricket as a left-arm spinner. Let's see what he has to offer for Nepal in this dire situation. Last wicket remaining for Nepal. We're in the 31st over and still some runs to be scored. 6 runs already off the over thanks to Karan Casey's boundary in the first ball of the over.
Yeah, Zhuao bowling pretty well. Taken already 2 wickets for 7 in 1.4 overs. Yeah, Sagar Thakal has to stay there. And look at this, Karan Casey's dismissal. Rather funny though. He was just trying to paddle the ball. I don't know what was he trying to do.
Played it pretty late. Catches is the call, but ball landed in a no man's land. A single taken. Last ball of the over. The ball that Karan Casey departed was Zhuao ball pretty wide from the crease. I think that's why how he's bowling right now, making an angle. Sandeep plays it down for a single. And 31 overs gone. Nepal 136 for 9. Sandeep needs to play the captain's inning. Not much left in this match. In this first inning of the match, Sandeep has scored 4 runs in 6 balls. And Sagar Dhakal, 1 out of 1. Bradley back on the bowling attack. Short ball. It might be a first bouncer, but no signal from the umpire. And now he's given one.
Yeah, that's one for the over. And bowling bounces to Sandeep Lamichhane. Sandeep happily to leave it away.
Well bowled this time.
Again, Sandeep was looking for the bouncer, but Evans cleverly bowling it further up.
Cotton bowled.
Yet another soft dismissal. Nepal are all out for 136 in 31.3 overs. A very dismal display by the batters.
The wicket finally came for Bradley, and it was a simple cotton bowl. Easy catch. Great reflexes by the bowler. Sandeep tried his best. Nepal needs to defend now. All out for 136 in 31.3 overs. And that is the match summary.
Look at the batting summary. Batting card. Mohammad Asif 5, Kushal 19, Ari 5, Dipendra 18, Rohit 3, Sompal 34, Adil 2, Suhan 0, Sushan 0, Karan 25 played a good hand, Sompal and Karan. Rest of them just had a start like Kushal Purtel and Dipendra Singh Airi, and they are all out for 136. And look at the extra column. It's 20 extras.
Talk about the bowling figures. And this is the batting chart for now. Mohammad Asif was the first wicket. Bowling figures, the most successful bowler was Bradley Evans. 8.3 overs bowled, 33 dots and 27 runs only given and taken 4 wickets. Rest Victor, Brandon and Zhuao took 2 wickets each. A decent bowling performance. A fine bowling performance from Zimbabwe.
Peak of the bowler, Brad Adam Evans, 8.3 overs, 33 dots, 27 runs for 4 wickets, 3.18 the economy rate. That's very well done by him.
Victor Nyuechi was the most expensive one, 6 overs and 47 runs given. It's time for a short spell right now. Currently, you're looking at the partnership sheet of Nepal's batting. Not so much to be impressed by. A decent stand by Karan and Sompal. 37 of 63 balls that took Nepal somewhere a decent total. Lots to be done in the second innings from the bowling aspect of Nepal cricket team. They need to fight back. They need to fight for every ball. The required run rate will be less than 3. Difficult job, but not impossible to achieve, especially given it's Nepal's home ground.
Yes, exactly. I mean, 137 needed of 300 balls.
As we've come to the end of the first innings, we have with us the newly elected General Manager of Cricket Association of Nepal, Mr. Britant Kanal. Thank you for joining with us, Mr. Britant.
Cheers, thank you. Thank you for having me.
So what's the expected output from this historic bilateral series with Zimbabwe, because this is the first time and test series, a test nation has come to visit us. So this is a pretty historic match. So what do you make out of it?
I think, like you rightly mentioned, this is a historic match and a series. But what we're expecting out of this is we're expecting more engagement with test-playing nations, ODI nations. We're expecting some big games to come up this season and the upcoming games. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring in more games as possible. We're trying to get players more experience in these kind of games, bigger games. Like you can see today, it hasn't been so easy, but this is what we're expecting and this is what we're looking for.
So as you've been elected as the new general manager, what are you planning to do, and so what are your further plans with the cricket of Nepal?
I've been appointed, it's been 20 odd days of my appointment, and just to let you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get Nepal's cricket on structure at the moment. From a very management standpoint, we're trying to create as many games as possible and international engagement as possible. We're trying to revive more domestic ODIs at the moment and engage guys with test playing nations, big nations, guys and girls, both of them with great nations, so that we can have better experiences and play better games in the coming days.
So we've got a lot of cricket action in the coming days, as we've got 24 ODIs in the next 10 months. So it is a big year for Nepali cricket. And what do you make of it?
We have 24 odd games to finish in 10 months of time. The weather, as you can see, is not favorable right now, which is not supposed to rain right now. It's still raining, and to be able to do another, games in another 4 months, which is going to heavily pour, which is the rainy season, it's going to be difficult for us. We'll try and push it. We'll try and complete all of our commitments. But again, like I said, this management is going to do everything in the capacity to finish all of these games, and not just finish it, but finish it with flying colours is what we want to do.
The fans are really happy to hear about that, and so there's a lot of great development in the women's cricket as well. So there is a big series happening in the next 10 days. So tell us a bit about that as well.
Yeah, I've been expecting that question, and thank you for asking that question. Our girls have been doing a great job. Sita and Rubina, they've been at the Fair Global. So what we're expecting is the two guys to do great, and we wish them all the best. We expect them to bring a lot of knowledge to our cricket. This year can proudly endorses these two women as the leading faces of Cricket Association Nepal. Wants to endorse women cricket, wants to do a lot with the girls, is because the level of commitment that we've had from the girls is unspeakable, and what we want to do is we want to give them more, if not equal, engagement at par with men's cricket at the moment.
That's amazing, because those two ladies have been inspiring so many young girls in the field of cricket.
Yeah, but it's just not two ladies. If you look at the entire squad, the squad has put their life in cricket. If you look at our former captains, the current captain, they've put in so much with Nepal's cricket that we want to give it back to women's cricket, and that would only be just to do so.
That would be really admirable. So is there a specific message you want to put out for the Nepali cricket fans out there?
To Nepali cricket fans who are watching at the moment, all I would expect is patience. We've come so far in giving the best possible. Nepal's cricket has gone through various other hurdles in the past, but right now we're in the right place. We're trying to do as much as possible. We've got Zimbabwe here, we'll try and do more, but in doing that we'll also try and maintain that we give equal opportunities to our women cricket. We give equal opportunities to everybody in and around, and not just cricketers. We also have to give that equal opportunity to guys who are working on the ground, guys who are doing most of the work behind the curtains. A big shout out to our coach for the men's team. A big shout out to our coach in the women's team. There's a lot of hard work put in such a short period of time for such a small country, but with the support, I mean, I couldn't ask more from the fans. We'll put best games in the future. We'll try and do even better with the T20 leagues coming up. That's what we want to promise. But yeah, patience is the key word, and keep motivating us, keep telling us what to do, and we'll try and do that.
Thank you so much for talking
Cheers.
to us.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you for joining with us. We'll be back with more live action in the second innings.
To the TU International Cricket Ground here in Kirtipur, just outside Kathmandu. And that side on your screen have a very tall task in front of them. Hugely disappointing, 136 all out they've posted. Bowled out inside 32 overs in this game number 1 of the SkyExchange.net Nepal versus Zimbabwe A ODI series, powered by DAFA News. And that means that the Zimbabwe A side are going to need just 137 to win. Remember, this isn't a T20 match. This is a full 50-over match played basically under the same conditions as a one-day international. So a disappointing effort. Really just some contributions from Sampal Kami and Karen KC of any note in the batting order. And all of the batters falling to a combination of some really good bowling and maybe some slightly aggressive stroke play. Maybe some of the Nepali batters stuck a little bit in T20 mode still, and they're going to need their bowlers to bail them out of a spot of bother. Otherwise the visitors Zimbabwe A will be taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Andrew Leonard here with you, and delighted to join you for this continuing historic first ever visit of a Test nation to Kathmandu, and they're not going to be the last ones, I'll tell you that much. We'll see all the big countries coming here in the years to come, I'm sure. Just a small crowd has filled the banks of the TU International Cricket Ground. But tomorrow, Super Saturday, day off, we're expecting a big crowd. 150 rupees, you can buy your tickets on the gate. Come on down and join us. And I think we might see a little bit of a wild card pulled here, are we? Well, maybe not. Sandeep Lamachani has the ball in hand. He's marking out his run-up as well, so he is going to open up the bowling. A bit of a change from what might have expected. You would have thought that Karen KC and Sampal Kami may have opened things up, given that the seamers experience good reward, particularly Bradley Evans. For Zimbabwe, 4 for 27 for him, but also wickets for the spinners, 2 to Brandon Mavuda and 2 for big Cephas Zueo with his left arm spin into the team today. He's at the non-strikers end. Keep your eyes on him, a big powerful hitter. He's going to be looking to make light work of this chase. I've got Ijaz Ahmed joining me in the commentary box for the first 8 or 10 overs or so. Ijaz, a really disappointing, a tame batting effort from Nepal.
Yes, exactly. It was not expected because the way they batted in T20 was good enough, but I think so they couldn't shift the momentum, the mindset, or might be the courtesy good bowling that did let him on the back foot.
So this move from the captain to try and utilise the new ball, something that's not used too often. Now we have seen Lamachani occasionally bowl in the power play in T20 internationals, but today in the 50 over format he's going to try and pick up early wickets. But there's the first runs of the chase, and those go to the bat of Innocent Kaya, who's opening up here with Cephas Zueo. We'll see Tadawashani Maramani probably come in at number 3, I suspect, the stylish left-hander. But keep your eye on this man. He's a big, powerful striker of the ball. An awful lot of first-class experience there in Zimbabwe. He has, of course, played a little bit internationally as well. But over a long career, 37 years of age, he's played over 200 professional games. And from what I've seen of him, he hits a big, big ball. And sometimes in a small chase like this, that's the best approach.
Yes, and from the batting perspective, you need to play like in a normal cricket. No pressure is there.
Yeah, I think he's going to play his shots. He's going to play his natural game. And of course, because we're in the power play, Sandeep Lamachani can only have 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So long on and deep square leg in place. Zueo will look to hit with the spin into the leg side, but Lamachani will look to counter that by bowling quite a lot of googlies as well. Straight in with the googly, kept out by Zueo. Will it be Karen KC or Sampal Kami from the far end?
Well, I think so. Like Karen should be a good option earlier on because he's a good quick bowler, can take some quick wickets. Because at this stage, Nepal should be looking to get some earlier wickets, and Karen KC. will be the key here. Things that to me, he is really a pick of the bowler at this stage, because we had seen that Evans bowled way right seam up, get into the sort of bowler who can really hit the deck and can get something here. Might be he will be the changing factor from Nepal.
Hit down the ground towards Karen KC. Can he get there? No, he can't. And they're going to get back for a couple of runs. They might even consider a third. They will. Karen KC put every piece of effort and energy into that attempted catch, but he couldn't end up getting a hand to it, and Surveyor survives with great fortune. We get to the end of the first over. 4 runs coming from it. It's 4 for none. Are they fixing this, or what's the story? You don't know.
Well, it's still getting cloudy. If it will not be raining here, I think that it will be the game of 22, 23 or 25 overs.
Okay, so your mic is now working and they're on an ad.
No, it was off.
It's now working.
Yes, it was off. When I was talking, I did see.
Oh, the previous over was off. Okay, that's why. So it won't be Karen KC. It's going to be Sampal Kami that Sandeep Lamachani chooses to go with. I think one of the key things in life, if you get to know Paresh Lahani, never listen to him about the weather. He guaranteed me rain. He said it was going to be cataclysmic, the rain across Kirtipur. We're yet to see a drop, so don't listen to our old pal Paresh Tony Lahani when he gives you a weather forecast. That's one of the keys to life here in Nepal.
Yeah, exactly. Or the clouds here were just hovering over since morning, like 4 or 5 in the morning, but luckily not much threatening here.
Big hit, and a big hit into the leg side. There's the fielder circling underneath that, but he hasn't made anything like the requisite ground. I'm not sure where Sushambari was going, but he needed to get his skates on. That was a chance in my money. Instead, he just circled under it, and he didn't get sprinting like he needed to. And instead of there being a chance, he's ended up giving away 2 runs.
Yeah, I think so. That it went too high. Might be the white clouds and white ball might be mixing his eyesight. But I think that you're right. That was a chance, and I think so that at such level, at this standard, you should be coming underneath of the ball and can take that catch. Because you need wickets.
He just looked lost, didn't he? As soon as the ball went into the sky, he had to sprint as fast as he can. Instead, he just got his feet trapped underneath him, and for the second time in 2 balls, real fortune for the man into the side, the big power-hitting 37-year-old. He's going to look to make short work of this chase, but he could bring about a chance. 2 slips in place here for Sampal Kami. Nicely hit, but straight to the cover fielder. For the Nepali bowlers, not the spinners so much, but the seamers, they certainly have to learn from what the Zimbabwe bowlers did well with the new ball.
Yeah, I think so that if you're not getting any sort of seam or swing with such kind of deliveries, you need to pitch it up, because at some stage, like ball is pitching up, you might be getting something like in swinging and out swinging, so you might be getting something under your belt and can get a wicket or 2, but legal back off line deliveries won't be a big deal.
Edged over the head of Asif Sheikh behind the stumps. That's going to cannon into the Dafa News advertising hoardings. He's been rushed for pace, and also critically he's been cramped for room. That's a Gair super 4. Good piece of bowling and fortune for Zaveo.
Yes, exactly. Pitched it pretty shocked. It was just going to play it uncomfortable. And ball is just going over the wicketkeeper's head, gone for 4. So runs are coming. Things are no matter, because Zimbabwe will love to get anything here for chasing it quite early and nice and smoothly. And we have started well, like 10 runs in second over without any loss of wicket, but in ball they need earlier wickets to be in the game.
Yeah, that second slip comes out after just that 1 stroke. Kushal Patel will come into mid-wicket from second slip, and Arif Sheikh will hedge his bets almost at a slip and a half. Short ball again, good pace. There is pace in this wicket. I don't think there's any issues at all with the batting surface. Any of the movement we saw in the first innings, particularly in that first 10-over stint that you were on, Ijaz, it tended to be through the air, not off the wicket.
Yes, exactly. He used the seam up. I mean, get the ball dancing at that time. And I think so it's all about the skills of a bowler, because I don't think so that they were too much, except from Evans. The other bowlers, they couldn't do that much.
Pick up pull shot, not timed, so will likely just be a single, and Surveyor will be happy with that. He moves to double figures already. Low chases like this, obviously the required run rate's not going to come into play at all, but sometimes the best way to get things going in a chase like this, to break the back of it, is actually to play aggressive strokes in that first 10. Yes,
and it's a time for them, because to play some of your natural strokes at the earlier of the stage, I think so that both of these two, Innocent and Zuavo, both of these two batters can go with that, can play over the top, is to avail the luxury of power play. I think it's a time to go aggressively, get 50 runs in 6 or 7 overs.
Short ball, I think that's very tight to being too short, but he gets away with it, Sampal Kami. Bit of a hometown decision, that one, maybe. 2 overs gone. It's 11 for none. It's going to be a good battle, and the highly aggressive Safas Sueo facing up to Nepal's leading ODI wicket taker. Beautifully bowled. That's the googly. A few comments coming in to me on social media asking, has Sandeep Lamachani slightly changed his action? And certainly, maybe just a little bit different, not so much in the delivery stride, but just in the run-up and the gather. A few people saying it's looking a little bit like Piyush Chawla, which is a pretty good comparison. You're constantly evolving as a cricketer, particularly as a leg spinner. And the googly is just not being picked up at all by Zaveon right now.
Yes, I think so. Like change of action can be given by the coaches, might be with the players, just to improve their stride. Might be that he's just pushing more harder from his shoulder. That's why he's gaining some more steps with a pace.
3 consecutive googlies, all perfectly landed. We saw Lamachani in the first T20 match between these two sides be far too short and be punished for it. He's got his length right on the money, and that's a pat down of the track by a batter who's yet to lay a bat on one this over. Lamachani's going to come around the wicket here. I prefer this angle as a leg spinner to the left-hander. Will he go with the leg break? No, he's going to stick with the googly. 4 consecutive googlies to the left-hander, and Zaveo will be happy to get down to the non-striker's end.
Well, it's better just to get like 3 dot deliveries and single, but I think he should be bowling wicket-taking deliveries, because if you're not in bowling wicket-taking deliveries, the other team might be getting through quickly, so that, as we can see, like 12 runs on the card in the third over, not been a bad chase without losing any wicket.
Yeah, but the way to build up wicket-taking deliveries is to build up pressure, to bowl dot balls, to land the ball in consistent areas. It's exactly what he's done the first 3 or 4 deliveries of this over. You don't need to look for the glory ball when you have the potential and talent of Sandeep Lamachani. He is such an asset for any team that he plays for. Another googly. That one thuds into the pad well outside the off stump, but certainly he looks to have a much better control today than he did in that first T20.
Yes, exactly. It's not that sharp enough too. What did he like on the left-hander? was playing at that stage, there was some sort of sharpness in his bowling, but now to the right-hander, he's feeding it to the
Big appeal. Lamachani really is convinced, and Innocent Kaye just looks down at his crease and marks his guard again. We'll have a look at that after this break and see how close that was. 3 overs gone. It's 12 for none.
I don't think so, it's recorded. No.
Looks stitched from side on.
Yeah.
Unless he hit it, did he hit it?
I don't think so, it was off the pad.
He's pointed straight to the bat after. Watch. Pointed straight.
Yeah.
Otherwise, look at how low it is. It's not going over the top. Why we're on that camera angle? Really tight LBW decision from the final delivery of Lamachani's third over. We're just trying to get a look at the replay on our screens in front of us, and it looked like there maybe was just some bat involved, if not very adjacent indeed.
Yeah, might be, because the way that batter was just showing there, that he was just showing that Marpy is off the bat. The way he was behaving on the previous delivery on the last one when the leg before was there.
Yeah, he's antsy, isn't he? He's on the move, Zaveo. He wants to get bat on ball, doesn't want to just get his eye in. He wants to go at everything.
Yes, Sunpal, he started well. The way that when he was bowling, I think it was right on the money, or just hitting the deck, some of the back of length deliveries. But at this stage, both of these two batters, Innocent and Zuabo, are just looking very good enough to bat through. And they are coping up with good sort of batting with these bowlers. Good quick delivery. And I think so that's the first one, what I had seen here from Sunpal Kami to go through from defences. The height was there, otherwise clipping the bails there.
Yeah, and the key length aspect is here, not short enough to pull. It's just above the stump high length. And Zaveo, who has a remarkable career strike rate, over 100 in List A cricket, over 116 in ODI cricket. Those 9 ODIs he played came across a 10-year span from 2008 to 2018. But he just looks to hit everything. Wherever the ball's pitched, he's looking to pick it up for runs. He'll get 2 into the deep here, out to Sushambari. In fact, he's just going to get a single, remarkably. Won't run back for the second. Should have been plenty of time to get back for 2.
But I think that they are not batting well, because there is no pressure. 136, nothing is there on the card. Looking on this such kind of surface, I would love to look like 10 overs, 60 plus, with a loss of any wicket. And might be if you can lose a wicket here, will not be a big deal, but I think so it's a time for them to look after the bowlers and can go after them and can hit some big shots, boundaries and sixes.
Beautifully bowled. Beats the outside edge of Innocent Kaye, who's just taking a little time to adjust. He did play that high scoring innings in the third T20I, 49 off 41 deliveries that day, but he's generally better suited to the 50 over game than the T20 format.
Yeah, I think so. His technique, the way he's been batting, the stance, the temperament, you're right, most suitable for an ODI and a 50 overs game.
More movement and sharp away movement from the right hander. Kami's causing problems. 4 overs gone, no wickets yet. It's 13 for none. So Lamachani back over the wicket to the left-handed Zaveo, and he's not picking him. He hasn't picked that googly out of the hand, and at the last moment he just pulled his bat inside the line. I think he's reading him off the wicket as opposed to out of the hand, which is always a bit of a risk as a batter. If Lamachani can get his length just right. That's the googly again, the sweep shot straight to the man, and he's going to get a pat in his back from Arif Sheikh, who sprints over from slip. But what I'd like to see Lamachani do is bowl a couple of leg breaks as well to Zaveo. It's been exclusively googlies so far.
Yes, and I think in the previous delivery he was trying to go through the leg side. He pitched it almost on the leg side, trying to get a googly on the leg stump as well.
He's just too many googlies. That's 6 consecutive googlies to the left-hander. Prefer the angle around the wicket, because then that brings your leg break into play just as much as your googly. That's going to be a Gar Super 4. Nicely contrived shot by Zaveo.
Yes, well played, extremely well played. He picked up the gap, and most importantly keeping it down, because there is no slogging. It's a proper correcting shot what he has just taken into the gap. So 17 runs, and really I love to see some more boundaries.
It's a good choice this from Lamachani. Will come round the wicket. Goes for the googly again. It's going to be more runs. This is a problem when you're hunting for wickets. You're not building up pressure by consistently landing the ball in the same areas. It's going to be back-to-back Gar Super 4s. Looking a bit for the miracle ball, almost pitching outside leg stump and bowling the googly to come back and hit the top of off. Instead, it's a second consecutive sweep, 4 more to the total.
Yes, to be in the business with a routine setup will be a much important here for Nepali bowlers, not to go over.
Oh, it's dropped. That should have been held at first slip. It was the googly, perfectly landed, and yet again Zaveo, despite getting 5 consecutive googlies, might have been the top spinner actually, and he's got his hands in an awful muddle at first slip, and Arif Sheikh has put down that catch. I think it was the top spinner. It wasn't actually the googly out completely the back of the hand. The extra bounce surprised Zaveo. Should have been held.
Yes, exactly. It came sharply to him. He was though that ready pretty much for that, but his hands or his palms were not being properly open at that time when the ball hit him.
Another googly to close out the 5th over. 8 runs coming from it, and the score is 21 for none. So we're going to see maybe a bit of a surprise change in bowling, because rather than continue with Sampal Kami, who was causing problems in his 2 overs so far, even that last delivery he bowled had that extravagant swing away from the right-handed Kaya. He's going to go to spin from both ends. Sagar Dakal, who's into the 50-over side, really found his way into the international team thanks to that glorious Everest Premier League campaign last year. Leading wicket taker, himself and Kamal Singh Airi were the 2 standout bowlers in the tournament. They both came into the national side as a result, but he couldn't get into the T20 side because Bhupadu Dasanayake was going with young Basir Ahmed. So he's going to have a straight shootout here really with Sushant Bari. This could almost be a straight selection battle between the 2 of them for Texas and that tour of America next month.
Yes, that's what you call the competitive cricket. At such level, when you've been looking onto the bench and you have got much more strength. So I hope so in a near future, like the spinners, what we'll be looking here, like Basir Ahmed, this guy, Sagar. I think so that they will surely be backing up.
You're a little surprised. You saw Sampal Kami on screen there. Zueo's going to hammer this one into the leg side high, handsome, and he's got more than enough of that. That's going to be 11 Sports Super 6. Durga Subedi raises his arms. Why has Sampal Kami been taken out of the attack and a left-arm spinner brought in to a big power-hitting left-hander?
Yeah, exactly. You're just, look at that, fetching it away. So comfortable, so easily. But just managing it to go all the way in a force. Deep mid-wicket, landed safely, gone for 6. So this is showing a bit of the more confidence.
Going to be more runs, and this one's going to soar for another maximum. That's an outstanding shot. The shot of the day, and it goes to Sefa Zueo, maybe 37 years of age, but he's saying there's plenty of life in the old dog yet. That's a glorious stroke for 6 through the offside. 11 Sports Super 6.
Exactly. Look at the pitch of the ball. We're just approaching it, quite nice, smooth, and there you go, all the way into his shot. Well, it's landed safely all the way for 6, and this time towards offside.
We called this before these 2 sixes. The decision to take Kami out of the attack. It was causing such problems. To me, it makes no sense. There's going to be a boundary this time. It could have been a wicket. Misfortune for Sagar Dakal. Harry Sheikh ends up almost ducking out of the way of that one. I don't think he would have got to it anyway. It's a Gaia Super 4.
I think so, that he was just trying to save himself from the ball hitting him. Look at that, when the ball is going through, or just trying to save him rather than going after the ball with the both hands. But ball speed was quite far enough from his sources to grab it, and insult added to the injury, not getting a wicket and a boundary.
So a very expensive over indeed in the context of a low scoring game so far today. 17 runs have come from it. It's 38 for none. Paresh, why don't you come in then, and then I'll finish with Amesh, because this game isn't gone past 24 hours. Yeah. So just, will you tell Amesh that I'll finish with him from 16 to 24? Okay, you're coming at 8, me and you at 8. This game's not going past 24. It's just not. Sandeep Lamachani to continue. And finally we see the leg break, which is what I want to see more of from Sandeep Lamachani. You can see it naturally poses threat, whether it's a left-hander or a right-hander on strike. You don't always have to turn the ball away from the bat. Yes. It's a good option, but you don't have to do it every delivery.
Yeah, exactly. So the right-hander, you should be looping some deliveries, getting some air, and get some more leg breaks. I think so that the way the previous one, that was quite sharp enough too, just going down to the long leg, getting a single. And you're right, I think so you should be bowling some more air deliveries, like leg breaks, to the right-hander. And Martby to the left-hander as well, but I think they're pretty unlucky. 3 times the ball went up high into the sky, but they were unable to grab that ball properly, couldn't catch.
Well, it was 2 skiers really, wasn't it? And then it was an out-and-out dropped chance from the man on your screen, Arif Sheikh. It should have been held at first slip. It's the googly again. This one's chipped into the sky, and Lamachani gets his man. The tactic of continuing to take the ball away from the left-hander has worked, and you could hear a thud. And Sandeep Lamachani says, "You may have been good enough for Sagar Dakal to smash him around the ground. You're not going to hit me out of the attack. I'll claim the big wicket." Zaveo's cameo's over.
Yes, 32 in just 29 deliveries. And I think they were slightly more backing up. That's why he couldn't pace his stroke there. That's why the first wicket is there. There you go. He couldn't pace it down an extra cover. So it is 39 for 1.
I heard thunder. How did your interview go? Good? Happy? Okay, well done, eh? I only saw the closing. I didn't see anything else. I just saw the closing. The closing was good. So well done. So the first wicket has fallen. It's gone to Nepal's leading wicket taker in recent years, Sandeep Lamachani. Yet another googly. You have to think that Zaveo should have been almost starting to play him as an off spinner. I reckon he bowled 11 consecutive googlies to the left-hander, and this one he's chipped up. Karen KC takes a simple catch, loses his hat in the process, but he holds on to that as well. Great work from the big all-rounder. Might see him with the ball pretty soon, I suspect, as well. Lamachani, when he gets on a roll, he can be devastating, but this time he strays down the leg side, swept away, a powerful sweep. And he's going to get enough of it for 4. That's Innocent Kaya, who's come on to strike because the batters had crossed. That's a Gaia Super 4.
Yeah, good shot. Even though that they have lost the wicket, I think they've been patrolling, marching in the same manner. How that they started here. It was a googly too. So it just played marvellously well down to the 5-leg boundary for 4 runs.
The leg break, the top edge, and it falls just short. And oh dear, that's not a good piece of fielding for the second time today from Sushan Bari. He should have got himself into a position to catch a delivery earlier, and this time you have to anticipate that spin. It's that sweep shot. It's always going to have the over rotations on it, so it's going to run away to his right. Didn't anticipate it. Gives up the second run.
Yes, and I think so. These are not a good efforts, because we had seen that if you need to give numbers out of 10. To the fielding department, I think 5 or 4 numbers.
Another googly, and this time swept into the deep. So Lamachani continues on the attack. 8 runs have come from that over, but crucially, the big wicket is Zaweo as well. 7 gone. It's 46 for 1.
Andrew, he's laughing looking at this.
The money? Oh, yeah, where's that money?
Which money?
The money for that? I haven't seen that money yet either. I think Paris got some money for that, did he?
He's the brand ambassador for a year.
Yes, so he'd probably get paid to do it, would he?
Yeah, he get paid around 5 lakh.
Seven overs gone, 46 for 1. And Karen Casey, as I thought, has been brought into the attack by Sandeep Lamachani. That 1 over experiment of Sagar Dakal not working out and proving very expensive, and Karen KC is going to want to show why he should have been opening the bowling. Here he comes from the Chobar end of the ground. Pick up pull shot, not timed, and protection out there. One of the 2 fielders outside the circle. will keep it to just a single, slightly errant throw. For Nepal, they need wickets and they need them now.
So I think so. Like during the breaks, we were talking that the clouds are just hovering over. That's why I think Zimbabwe's side, they were looking in more regression, just to finish it earlier, because if it would have been rain here, they might not be tasting the victory. But overall, if they can go like without any sort of pressure at this stage, they can go along nice and smoothly. Innocent, really a good guy, and Muramani, along with him, will surely be having a good bat. He can really bat through his inning.
Just a slip and a gully in place. The slip's almost a second slip. It's Arif Sheikh just played down to the gully where Kushal Bertel has got that number 19 on his back. That was the big mystery, wasn't it, on social media? I had a chat to him back at the hotel. You're not going to believe the reason, or should I say reasons, why he's changed his shirt.
So you won't be telling us?
Well, I've got all the answers. I just don't know whether or not to give them away to you before your commentary stint ends there, Ijaz. Keep you on the edge of your seat for a moment or two. Maybe I'll leak it to Paresh when he gets into me.
Okay.
Yeah, there was lots of speculation, wasn't there, over that change from number 14 to number 19. The hilarious was, I didn't even ask Kushal Bertel. He came to me and said, "What were you talking about? All my messages were flooded in. Why have you changed your number? It's all the commentators are talking about."
What be? It's a teenage. And that's why he's just reflecting it on his back and Motpi. That will go and we will let you know in a short while that why he's just putting that number.
Bull shot nicely picked up by Maramani. He was very impressive in the T20s, and he's going to try and do the exact same in the List A 50 over matches. The 50s come up inside 8 overs with that Geyer Super 4.
Yes, I was expecting that the 50 should have been come like 6 overs. But it's a slight bit of late, like 1.5 over, but that's been fine enough. That's just lost a wicket by Tia. That was a good shot in front of Skier. No one was patrolling there, so they are on a boundary. And he can pick up some good gaps.
Hit into the sky. It's going to be the second wicket. It's just what Nepal needed. And what a surprise. It's gone to Karen Casey. No surprise to me, certainly. He should have been opening the bowling, I think. He's always a wicket taker. Whatever stage of the game he's playing at, he's come in the 8th over and he struck almost instantly.
Yes, miscued. Again, he was just backing up, trying to smash it to its onside. Not being able to properly play his stroke there. There you can see that mid-off Karen Casey taking it quite nice and comfortably there.
It's Sandy Plamachani who takes the catch comfortably at mid-off, and that's going to bring about the second wicket. Maramani's gone. His stay at the crease is a short one for 4. It's 51 for 2. So, a remarkable stroke to bring about the second dismissal, completely unnecessary from Maramani. And all of a sudden, the crowd just coming into the game for the first time. Some chants of one of the local heroes, Casey's name, are ringing out across the TU International Cricket Ground oval. And while Karen Casey has the ball in hand, there's always hope, despite this very low total on the board. Just 136, would you believe, they've been bowled out for. And I'm getting a lot of messages coming in on my social media. You can get in touch with me at Cricket Badge on either Twitter or Instagram. Send us your messages. Just remember to tell us where you're watching from. Always fascinating to hear. That's cricket followed by the letters BADGE. At Cricket Badge, me, Andrew Leonard. I'll read out some of those messages when Paresh Lahani joins me. But they're asking what is going on with the Nepali batting. Why can they make 200 in a T20, bowled out for 136 in a 50-over game? Real questions for the batters to answer. As this one's going to be pulled away for 4. Innocent Kaya rolls his wrist. That's a very good stroke.
Excellent shot. He's just keeping the ball down as well because no field was there, though he's just been managing it to play down. Look at that beauty. Just back up lane, managing it down all the way, getting 4 runs. So boundary at the end of the over, 55 for 2.
Welcome everyone. Thank the sponsors, and then player of the match. They'll tell you who it is. It'll be Brad Evans. Lamachani's going to continue into his 5th over. A change in the commentary box. Bit of fond farewell for the moment to Ijaz Ahmed. We'll see him in the post-match presentation. And welcome for the first time today for me, sporting a very spiffing green Irish shirt. Believe it or not. It's Paresh Tony Lahani. Paresh, what shirt are you wearing there, mate?
Yeah, the shirt that you gave me as a gift.
Go on then, describe it to the viewers back home. We've no commentary camera here.
Yeah, it's just an Irish shirt. I want to support Ireland.
But my problem, Paresh, is, and I love the green of Ireland. Zimbabwe are playing in green today. You're not supporting Zimbabwe here, surely?
No, I'm not. I'm neutral.
Like any good commentator should be. Roy Kaya joins his cousin, Innocent, the 2 cousins together at the crease. Amazing the number of family connections, isn't there, in cricket? Not just brothers and sisters and mothers and daughters, but cousins, and particularly in Zimbabwean cricket, you think about the Flowers, the Whittles, the Strangs, even Brad Evans. His father played for Zimbabwe's national side. John O'Campbell, who's into the team today, we'll see him in next at number 5. His father, Alistair, probably one of the finest batters in Zimbabwean history. And that family connection, it's what makes our sport so special.
Yes, exactly, it does. Even in Nepal, the Sheikh brothers, they played together in the national side.
Any other brothers from the recent past, maybe back in your era, that would have gone on to play for the national team for Nepal?
Not for the national team, but they were in the district team from Biratnagar, from Morang, the Chaudhary brothers, and of course the Lohani brothers as well.
Swept away. The sweep's been used a lot against Lamachani. It'll just be a single. You were the best of the Lahanis, though, weren't you, Paresh?
Yes, I was. I am still the best.
Hey. And of course, modest as ever, as well.
That is what you have to judge about me.
He's only been in the commentary box for an over. I'm already giving Paresh awful stick. Just because I missed him, for those who are enjoying the banter from the Pro Club Championships down in Barawa or back at the Everest Premier League last year. 9 gone now. Zimbabwe A, they're still in control. It's 58 for 2. There's the run worm, and you can see the run rate's actually remarkably similar. The problem in that that green worm correction that is indicating Nepal's batting side, all of the W's, and look at that, 5 wickets falling inside the first 10 overs, inside the power play, then that late collapse to see them bowled out, despite the best efforts of Sampal Kami and Karen KC with the bat.
Yes, and Sompal has bowled 2 overs, 8 dots, 8 runs. Sandhi 5 overs, 20 runs for 1. Sagar 1 over, 17 runs that is given. And Karan Casey 1 over, 9 runs and a wicket. Shushan Bari is going to come to the attack from the Chobar end.
Again, is this a strange choice? We look at Karan Casey bowling just the 1 over, picking up a wicket.
Yeah, I don't know what Sandeep is trying to do here. I think because of there's a right-hander, that is why he's bringing the left-arm spinners.
In Lamachani's defence, potentially, is it just going to be a change of ends for Karan Casey? Is he ending his 5-over spell of leg spin and maybe going to bring Casey in from the pavilion end of the ground?
Yes, it might be that also. But when he's taken a wicket in his first over, he had to continue.
Worked into the leg side, just be a single. Nice tumbling stop from Sampal Kami. Tell us about the makeup of the squad for Texas. That's the big challenge of the USA and Oman there next month. Do you feel that it's either Sushan Bari or Sagar Dakal? There's not room for them both?
I think they should also try Basir Ahmed, who played a handy knock in the last T20 match the other day. Think about his bowling. And I must say, the opening partnership, let's say first, second, third and fourth, the 4 batters, one of them have to score a century, a big one.
Yeah, it just never looked likely today, did it? The batting was stuck a little bit in T20 mode, lots of aggressive strokes executed. Bertel got things off to a flying start, 4 boundaries and just 10 deliveries, as he was particularly harsh on Victor Nyauchi, but Nyauchi struck back and clean bowled him. Oh, driven away, that's a glorious shot. It's the final over of the power play, so no cover, fielder is out, and it's just too easy for the Kaya Cousins. That's a jar super 4.
Yes, and look at the shot, that lean to the drive. Very well done. Look at the head, very still. And the balance of the body was immaculate.
Right on the money to close out the 10th over in the power play. 1 is done. Advantage Zimbabwe, no doubt. It's 63 for 2. So Karan Casey won't have a change of ends. Lamachani's going to continue. And he's been swept away in front to square. There's a fielder out there who fields very well indeed. We'll keep it to just a single. That's magnificent work. I think that might be Mohammad Adil Alam out at square leg. Good fielding.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, he took Karan Casey after 1 over, after taking a wicket, and he continues from this pavilion end. I don't understand what's going on.
Here's Binod Bandari and Dev Kanal, both not in the starting 11 today. Lots of talk on social media about maybe a slight change of action for Sandeep Lamachani coming into today's game. Do you see anything different yourself?
Yeah, there's a slight change in the jump, I think. And he's reduced the pace that he's used to run.
Again, looks for the googly, which is swept away. We've probably seen significantly more googlies than leg breaks today from Lamachani. Flicked onto the stumps by Asif Sheikh, but the batter's safely home for a couple. Cousins communicating well in partnership. Yeah, lots of those questions coming into me at Cricket Badge on Instagram and Twitter, and a lot of fans asking some pretty tough questions about the batting efforts in particular. Paresh, what are the answers?
Well, the answer should be, you should come out of the T20 mode and focus on the 50-over match. You have to stay there, rotate the strike.
They are actually going to check this run out. I think he's safely home, but since the technology is in play, we will go up to the third umpire. That's Sanjay Gurung. It's a good flat throw from Mohammad Adil Alam. He picked up quickly, and Asif Sheikh a la MS Dhoni got the flick onto the stumps. Is he back, Paresh?
I think so.
You said that after the ball's been showed he's back.
Is that the bail come off?
He's definitely
Early.
back. He's back safely. He's okay. Not out the decision. A correct decision from Sanjay Gurung. He just celebrated his birthday a couple of days ago. And great to have the ever-smiling umpire with us, part of the all-home umpiring panel alongside Durga Subedi, Manjul Badarai, Sanjay Gurung, the third umpire, and Ram Yadav, the fourth umpire, all accompanied by the CAN match referee. That's Mohammed Shafiq Salman. Great exposure for the home officials as well, isn't it? A series like this, bilateral series where the ICC match referees aren't coming in. Oh, so nearly the third wicket. I'm not sure whether Roy Kaya needs to play a stroke of such aggression, and he easily could have paid the price here. Where's this miss? Maybe just the off stump?
Yeah, maybe. And what kind of a shot is this called? A French cut or a Chinese cut?
Yeah, good question. I think probably the under edge, certainly. Just going on with the arm. The batters, none of them are picking Sandeep Lamachani.
None of the batters, they played the sweep well, but 90% of the ball they are not picking up.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think of Lamachani, you think of all the talent and wonder and mystery in his wrist and how effective he is as a wicket-taking option. You just have to be patient as a leg spinner as well, allow the pressure to build up. 5 runs coming from that over. 11 gone. It's 68 for 2. Just a rumble of thunder in the distance, as maybe the skies get a little darker away behind the Chobar Dada end. If you're watching on maybe from overseas and you don't speak Nepali nearly as well as Paresh does, not that I do, Dada are the hills that surround this ground. Sushanbari is going to continue. I still vividly remember my first visit to this ground, Paresh, and how struck I was by the beauty and the awe-inspiring surroundings that it's within. And I instantly said, God, those mountains are beautiful. And they said, they're not mountains. I said, what? It's a massive mountain. Look at the size of it. No, they're hills.
Yeah, they're of course hills. And it's not Dada, it's Dana.
So I've even got the Dada part wrong. Say it again. Dana?
Dana.
Dana.
It's not Dada.
It's not Dada.
It's Dana.
Dana. Okay, Dana. There's a very famous singer back in Ireland called Dana, funnily. Don't know if she was named after the Nepali hills that surround the ground here in Kirtipur. Yeah, it's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Birds flying all the way across the valley. And Sushanbari's been pongoed almost out of the valley. That's a really good strike. Innocent Kaya wants to get this game ended in a hurry. He doesn't want to bring the weather into play. And in the 12th over, we've seen real aggression. It's about 700. That's 11 Sports Super 6.
Yeah, he had fed it down to his knees. And smashes down over mid-wicket, almost crossed the wall, the boundary wall of the stadium.
Pulls back his length this time, Barry. Paresh, not just internationally but domestically, you would have played a lot of cricket here at this ground. Roughly how many matches would you have played here? Just very broadly.
I don't remember, I don't recall any.
At least 50, would you say?
No, more than that.
Okay, so let's say 100.
I think it's more than 100.
Okay, so more than 100 appearances here. Did you ever hit one over that wall?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Once.
Was it a big hit over long on, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, very good. I'd love to have seen that one, Paresh. Darted in this time by Barry. Gets us to the end of the 12th. 8 runs coming from that over. It's 76 for 2. Lamachani's going to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled unchanged actually through this innings so far. Not often you see a spinner do that at the top of the innings. And he's been picked up into the leg side. That's not a good delivery. He's been pretty good with his lengths so far today. The first drag down from Lamachani is punished and hit away for 4 runs.
A very long hop there by Lamachani, the captain. Look at that. Poor delivery. And I don't know what he's thinking of. He's just continuing.
This one could be a chance. It's hit out towards the deep square leg fielder. How often does San Lamachani do that? He gets hit for 1 boundary. He won't get hit for 2. And the batter, not for the first time today, from both sides, they've played some pretty injudicious shots, and that one has paid the price. He's holed out to the man in the deep. It's Muhammad Adil Alam who takes the catch, and it's a simple one. Roy Kayi is gone.
Yeah, he was just giving company to his cousin. Top edged. An easy catch for Adil.
Yeah, it was a simple catch. We'll come back with the replay after this. The score 80 for 3. So a third wicket has fallen. The thunder is just starting to rumble around these beautiful Chovar Dada. I've just had a message from someone on social media. They say Dada's pretty close to the pronunciation. They say it's Danda.
Dada.
Well, I reckon there's a second D in there, is there not?
No.
No? Well, he spelt it. This is
D-A-N-D-A.
yes, exactly. So there's a second D in there.
Yeah.
Danda. Okay, reverse sweep attempted. Thanks for that message, Bharat Treshra, on Instagram at Cricket Badge. Wow, Andrew Doyle. Love to hear the native words of the Chovar Danda from you. I'm going to keep saying Danda. I'm going to ignore Paresh. I'm with you, Bharat. I'm not with Paresh Lahadi. We're going to ignore him. We'll get these. I'm now being shouted at by the producer in my ear that it's Dana, not Danda. We'll get there. And it's a nice leg break. A little bit of drift into the right-hander and some turn away. New man to the crease at the non-strikers end. That's the captain, Tony Munyonga. Still no sign of John O'Campbell in the series. We haven't seen him with bat or ball yet.
Yes, and the previous ball, a very nice drifting and pitching and going away. That's a perfect leg spinner.
Would you like to see him bowl more leg breaks than googlies? You've just been seeing so many googlies, haven't we? That's more like it, another leg spinner. We'll come back to that point as the overthrow isn't possible with good backing up from Sushan Bari. He might continue as well. 13 gone. Lamachani has 2 for. It's 81 for 3. So we're going to see another change in bowling. We've seen lots of changes from the Chobar end of the ground, but very few, in fact none, from the Pavilion end of the ground, because Lamachani's remained unchanged. Karen Casey will come into the attack, return after his 1 over he's bowled so far, that he's picked up a wicket from already. Are Nepal really trying to win this game? Are they just rotating to assess their options?
Well, if there's a win, the confidence level is always high. So they must go for the win. Regarding, there's a very little space.
Pulled into the deep, and it's going to be 4 runs down to the vacant fine leg region. Dipender Singh Iris almost out of the deep backward square leg, and that'll be a Gair super 4. Bit of a drag down from Karen Casey as he returns to the attack.
Yes, another very poor delivery there by Karen Casey, just loosening up. Tried to bowl an in-cutter, missed the line completely, and well batted by the batsman there, Tony, captain.
Chipped and back towards Casey, who clings on to a beauty. Karen Casey, that is very special indeed, and that is a stunning catch. Somehow he does it again. It's thanks to a one-handed effort, diving forward, full length in front of him. He's probably had a split second just to react to that. That's as good a caught and bowled as you'd like to see, and it's the skipper that he's dismissed. It's all thanks to that man, Karen Casey.
Yeah, and he's yet another twist in the tail, I must say. Beautiful catch, hit the deck hard. The ball hurried into the batsman, and look at that catch. One hand. Yes. Beautifully done.
And a tumble to go with it, Karen Casey. Take a bow, that's a beauty. One for the memory books there. And he's given his side some hope. Don't they love it, Nepal? The captain's dismissed for 5. It's 85 for 4. Well. Do we have a twist in the tail? Nepali cricket always comes with heavy doses of drama, whatever the stage. They might have failed fairly horrendously with the bat on a wicket that I don't think is too bad to bat on. They posted only 136, but they've managed to find 4 wickets, 2 falling to Karen Casey, 2 to Sandeep Lamachani. No surprise to see that. And we're going to get a first look with the bat at John O'Campbell into the team, and that one's just kept a bit low, and the crowd are coming into the game as the thunder rumbles around the ground. What a scene we have. Up looks the umpire Durga Zubedi to the sky. Surely we're not going to have rain rob us of what could be a grandstand finish.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you have to stop rain. Rain, go away.
Yeah, great to see John O'Campbell finally into action. He's waited a long time. We did see him as a subfielder in game 1 and then not used with the ball here in his first full appearance, but the 24-year-old son of Alistair Campbell, he's a really stylish left-handed player, particularly good record in 50-over cricket this domestic season in Zimbabwe, where he's playing his cricket for the Rhinos franchise. He had a good tournament. He's got a pretty good record too from his career, but his first ever representative action, the average is nearly 40 in list A cricket. They're pretty good numbers.
Yeah, it is. And looks like a very compact batsman as well.
More thunder rumbles in the distance. I suppose the nice thing for Campbell, there's no pressure in terms of the run rate. Duckworth Lewis Stern will only come into play after 20 overs. As soon as we get to the 20 over mark of the chase, we will have a result, whatever the case, even if we do get a heavy share or 2. But surely, with 52 more needed to win and 6 wickets for Nepal to win the game, we'll hopefully get enough action to get a result in either way. First run in the series for John O'Campbell gets off the mark with a nice clip into the leg side. 14 gone. Score 86 for 4. Stay with you and take a look at the state of play in this game number 1 of the SkyExchange.net Nepal versus Zimbabwe A ODI series, powered by Dafa News. It's a 50-over format. You can see the run worms are actually remarkably similar, but doesn't really tell the full picture.
Yes, it doesn't. I mean, look at the green worm there. There's so many W's inside the 10 overs.
I'm getting lots of messages saying, I think, Andrew, it's time you learn Nepali too. We'd love to hear you speaking Nepalese. Well, I'm doing a few lessons in the background, so a bit of a question for Paresh. Ke Nepali yo kela jitna sakka?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
You want me to repeat it, do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Ke Nepali yo kela jitna sakka?
I still didn't get you.
Oh, come on. Come on, Paresh. Don't do this to me on air. I'll repeat it for our viewers watching on in English, because all of the Nepalis all understood that, apart from Paresh. Can Nepal win this match?
It's pretty hard.
No Azur Kalagi. Azur
Come again?
Don't think you're getting my pronunciation at all. I'll stick to English then, Paresh. Thanks for supporting me through my Nepali
Don't
journey
worry,
there.
we still have 2 or 3 days to go. I'll improve your Nepali.
Okay, that's a deal. Campbell's going to have to face up to the leg breaks. In fact, not really leg breaks, they're predominantly googlies of Sandeep Lamachani. Rohit Paudel, he's always the one that sets the tempo in the field. And Sandeep Lamachani thinks he's going to find a way through Campbell here. Good battle between these two ensues. Yeah, almost nothing but googlies, exclusively googlies really to the left-hander.
Yeah, and Campbell is in a bit of nerves there. Either to go back or go forward.
I do like the way he's watching the ball right onto the bat though, playing it late, whether he's on the front foot or the back foot. And he'll know certainly that there's overs of Lamachani to get through. Another googly, really nicely played, won't be time for a single. I've enjoyed catching up with him a little bit. He's a very close friend of Ryan Burrells, who I'd know through the Everest Premier League. So we've been set up, had a few evenings together, had dinner in the restaurant there at the Hyatt Place Hotel where we're staying. And fascinatingly, John O'Campbell suffers from really, really poor eyesight. Shockingly poor, actually. I wear glasses myself, but when he showed me his glasses, really almost in one of his eyes in particular, I think something like -9, which is incredibly short-sighted. So he actually bats in contact lenses, and they're corrective contact lenses that also correct an astigmatism. So remarkable that he's such a fine batter and such an incredible fielder as well. In particular, tends to be that people who don't have as good eyesight, they usually are just bowlers and bowlers only, but Campbell, a brilliant fielder and a brilliant batter.
It's a very insightful thing that you've told us, Andrew.
Oh, and just a little bit of a look from Lamachani. He'd never actually affect the man cat, I know that for a fact. And he just smiles at Innocent Kaye and he says, Innocent, please stay in your ground. Don't go anywhere too far. Nothing wrong with that from Lamachani. Very good to see. Finishes the leg break. Really probing, testing over. It's a maiden. Nepal are a buzz. 15 gone. It's 86 for 4.
Ijaz, you there, mate? Could I just suggest one thing? I would be as prompt on this post-match as it physically can. So I'd literally be down there and ready to go, and we're going to throw it to you as quickly as we can because it's going to pour rain. So you want to get the post-match done. No, I'm saying complete it as quickly as you can.
Karen KC to continue. Just a little over 50 to win. Problem for the Nepali bowlers, they've bowled a lot of boundary balls alongside the wicket taking deliveries. Another short one, and it's dispatched by Innocent Kaye, who rides a sort of pull hook shot very comfortably, gets that one away for a Gaia super 4.
Yeah, he gets under the ball and then gets the ball into the gap very easily. He moves on to 29 of 28 now. Just 47 runs required of 209 balls.
Nicely driven, but there's protection out at long on. Campbell very quick between the wickets as well, but he won't even come back for the second. Lots of people asking still about that shirt number change and saying I promised to tell them what the reason was from Kushal Bertel. It's not just one reason. He says there's several reasons as to why he's changed his number across from 14 to 19. And I can't actually remember all 4 he gave me, but certainly he said that Ricky Ponting's birthday was a factor. His favourite player in the world, the great former Australian captain. He was born on the 19th. His sister's birthday is also the 19th. Oh, that's a very stylish stroke. That's a shot of real class from John O'Campbell. Almost a little bit of Caribbean flamboyance in it as well, with the Gordon Greenwich 1 foot off the ground as he whips away the pull for a Gar Super 4. How good a shot is this?
Yes, and it looked like Brian Lara as well. 1 feet up.
No.
Look at that.
You've got to love that stylish stroke. There's something about those left-handers. But yeah, Kushal Bertel, the combination of Ricky Ponting's birthday, his sister's birthday, we mentioned specifically to me, also something to do with the Nepali calendar when he was born, the 10th month plus the 9th date or something like that, 19. And then there was a 4th reason which actually eludes me to this moment. I did say to him, has he changed his number permanently? And he said not necessarily. He may well go back to 14 at some stage. Oh, and this is going to be gone. I think this is gone. John O'Campbell's run himself out. Karen KC, he just keeps doing things, whether he's bowling, catching off his own bowling, or this time fielding off his own work. I'm not sure why they've taken on the quick single. And after a very flamboyant, elegant stroke, Campbell's the one who's called it, so he can't blame the non-striker. And look at this from Karen KC, a one-handed pickup. I think he's gone. Paresh, is this out?
Yeah, that's definitely out. He's already easy.
Has to wait for the decision. We're going to send this upstairs. Durga Suvedi's done the right thing. We have the technology in place. You're just not quite seeing it there. I think Campbell initially felt he was gone for old money. And we'll go up and get this replay pulled together. Our team here, the screams from the crowd are out, out, out. They want the third umpire, Sanjay Gurung, to get his finger up. We're getting an interesting split screen of this. I think this is going to show certainly that Campbell, look at Subedi go. He was into position quickly and he's gone. He is gone. That's wicket number 5. The game changes again. And which way is this game now going, Paresh Lahani?
Oh, it's going to go 50-50, I think.
50-50.
They are just throwing their wicket away, Zimbabwe.
There's the finger. The finger goes up. Campbell, his first appearance in the series. He's run out for 5. It's 95 for 5. We'll take a drink. We'll have a break in the commentary box. Back with you with all the action. Don't go anywhere.
Understand what I was saying there in Nepal? Yeah. You did, so he was winding me up. I kind of knew he was.
There's the amazing thing about Sobat, the whole Dana thing.
Yeah.
So the whole the existence of Kathmandu links to the hills.
Okay.
If you want to talk, you can ask me about that.
Yeah, for sure. If we get a seam bowler bowling and a lull and play, absolutely.
Yeah. So actually, in Kathmandu, this side, the north side, it rains more. This side, since it's open a little bit, so this part it rains a little bit less rain. This side actually.
But is that not literally rain right there?
Is it raining?
Like over.
No, it's not raining. Because of the smog as well, you don't have a clear picture of the Kathmandu's skyline.
It just looks to me like it's about to shoot down.
And this side,
Fresh, it's going to pour here, isn't it? It's going to rain, right? This morning you told me it was definitely going to rain. You're being contrarian there. That's what you're being. Nothing but contrarian.
on this side, there's a place called Godavari. That's the place with the most rainfall in Kathmandu.
Okay. Right, let's get back then, guys. Come on. Enough of this ad.
We're confident now.
Avesh, what's your
surname again? Sorry.
So Karen KC is going to continue as we come back after the first drinks break. Remarkable to think in a chase of just 130 odd. We've already seen 5 wickets, including a highly unnecessary run out of John O'Campbell. Karen KC has his tail up. And there's drama aplenty. To guide us through that drama, we'll have another change in the box. I'll bid farewell to Paresh Lahani, who's gone off to wind somebody else up for the afternoon. I'll welcome in Avash Gamere. And Avash has been a really strange match, hasn't it? It's ebbed and flowed both ways. Nepal somehow still in the game.
Absolutely. That might be the home factor, because would have been the pitch for a low scoring match, but we have to give credit to Zimbabwe, the way they bowled.
Picked up into the leg side. There is a man out there, and a no ball is signalled by the square leg umpire. And the reason for that, there are 5 fielders outside the circle in the second power play, which is not allowed. And you can see them being counted up there. Every no ball is treated the same. following the change to the laws 4 or 5 years ago from the MCC. That means a free hit is coming, and maybe this one has to be chalked down, not just against the bowler but also against the captain, Sandeep Lamachani. 4 fielders only are allowed outside the 30-yard circle at this stage in the second power play between the 11th and the 40th overs of the game. So as a consequence, Karen Casey will have to bowl a free hit here.
It's a test for Karan Casey. Try and deliver a dot ball.
And what about that for a first ball for Clive Madande, the new man? Do whatever you want.
No
Can't
pressure.
be out from your first ball here. Here we go. Here comes a free hit. Big swing and a miss. Slower ball, the cutter. So end of the 16th. The action continues aplenty. It's 97 for 5. Forty more runs required, and Sandeep Lamachani is going to do something that you don't see too often. I suspect he's going to bowl all 10 overs straight through at the top of the innings. I think the last time I did that, it was my under 13 side back there in Pembroke Cricket Club in Dublin. But Lamachani's going to do it for a reason, because he thinks that if he can wheedle out 1 or 2 more wickets here, maybe it's advantage to the home team. Lovely leg break. I'd love to see him bowl more leg breaks. When he angles it in and turns it away from the right-hander, it's such a threat. The crowd, they're on the edge of their seats.
Yeah, especially been given it's a weekend, it's a Friday, and a lot of schools, colleges and offices have half days, so we can see some crowd coming in.
Sweep shot, which has been used a lot against Lamachani, out to Mohammed Adil Alam, who does the fielding. Should it hopefully get a really big crowd tomorrow. That's Super Saturday, 9:30 a.m, 150 rupees on the gate. And come on down. You can enjoy watching Sandeep Lamachani, Dipendra Singh Ari, Rohit Paudel, Asif Sheikh, Karen Casey, Sampal Kami. Come and watch them with your own eyes. Get behind the boys. Their second last game before that critical tour of the USA. Really good preparation. This historic first visit of a Test nation to Kathmandu. Nice turn on offer. Where will Lamachani turn after these 2 overs? There's been problems for both Dakal and Sushant Bari in their short spells.
Yeah, and looking at Sandeep, he's taken the charge now as a captain. Susan and Dakal not good enough for the day. They've been trying the best, but at the end of the day, it's all experience that comes in handy, and for the moment, Sandeep is with the ball.
Beautifully bowled. I have absolutely no idea how that hasn't hit the stumps. That is the stuff of dreams for any leg spinner. The perfectly landed googly. Take another look at this. I reckon Lamachani's thought that this is bowled him. We'll see if we can bring you that replay once more. He's almost off in celebration. Take a look from this angle. The perfect googly, and oh, it's missed by inches.
Yeah, the reason previously you said Sandeep is going to bowl all 10 overs is also that the Zimbabwean players are finding it difficult to play his balls.
Back live with you now. Just don't know how that's missed.
That hit the bat, didn't it?
That's come right off the middle of the bat. I've seen optimistic appeals in my life. Lamachani might need to smile here, because that one's definitely not out. Good decision. 17 gone, another eventful over. 1 run coming from it. It's 98 for 5. So a little look at the run worms and also the equation. Ignore the figure on your right. The 198 balls is nominal. It's not going to matter. It's 39 runs for Zimbabwe A, or it's 5 wickets for Nepal to take a 1-0 lead in the series. Who's it going to be? Karen KC will continue. There's a little bit of rain about in the distance as well. Karen KC, he's got another chance. Oh, so nearly an action replay of the same way he affected the run out of John O'Campbell. Direct hit here would have been very close.
It would have been very dramatic. Back-to-back run-outs would have been very dramatic. And as for the weather, it said that 88% chances of rain still looming around in the sky. But it seems like, Andrew, the god of rain is still stopping the rain just for the match to finish.
Who does the weather forecasts in Nepal? Because I've heard some ludicrous numbers. I've come in this morning, Paresh Lahani says, oh, it's 100% chance of rain. The app says 88% chance. We haven't had any rain yet. What's going on?
It might have rained in other parts of Kathmandu. That might be the reason. Because Kathmandu has a very, very variant weather.
I've never seen a more inconsistent weather forecast. Someone told me on Wednesday there was a 0% chance we'd have any game. We played without a single ball interrupted as Nepal squared the T20 series. It's certainly one thing, it's highly unpredictable.
No, what happens in Kathmandu is at one part of the valley, it's raining heavily, and other side it's sunny out there. So you never know what Kathmandu has in stores for you in terms of the weather. Currently, Zimbabwe don't know what Nepal has in store for them.
And the crowd are getting more and more into it, aren't they? They're chanting every ball. They want another wicket. And tomorrow when we see the big crowd come in on Super Saturday, so often the crowds flock to the TU International Cricket Ground on Saturday. Looking forward to getting up amongst them. So come on down. 150 rupees tomorrow on the gate. Gates will open as early as 8 a.m. actually, but it'll be the real hardcore tragics in at that point. Come and join us from 9:30 a.m. Game number 2 tomorrow. That's the second match in this 50-over series before we'll have a day off on Sunday and the series will round out on Monday. Karen KC is applying good pressure here to the new batter. The keeper batter, Clive Madande, yet to get off the mark.
One more wicket here and we might see the game will come to a balance. Then there will be a 50-50% chance. Innocent, if he gets out, then the match is really, really on. Purtel is looking at the sky. Maybe some drizzle.
There's a real chill come across the ground. We've got a open window here at the commentary box and it's really noticeably 5 or 7 degrees colder, I would say, and that's usually an indicator that the rains are coming.
Absolutely. Still have a match in hand.
How's your Duckworth-Lewis calculations? Who's ahead of the game right now?
That might be a little close because it's all about wickets and overs, and looking at the number 5 of Zimbabwe's wicket, it might be
Don't do a Paresh. Who's ahead? Come on.
Zimbabwe, I guess, for now.
Yeah, I think you're spot on the money there. Zimbabwe probably ahead by about 15 runs or something like that. Off the top of my head, get to the end of the 18th. The 100's just come up. Zimbabwe 100 for 5. So the 100's come up and the home fans are still believing, and rather bizarrely we're not going to see Sandy Plamachani finish out his spell. He's keeping us on our toes, certainly in the commentary box. He'll keep one over up his sleeve, and he'll go back to the ever-dependable Sampal Kami, who'll have a change of ends. I thought he bowled really nicely with the new ball. He only bowled 2 overs, though. He got some pretty extravagant movement, and he's going to have a change of ends and see if he can do the business from the pavilion end.
Yeah, rightfully said. Sompal, 2 overs and just 8 runs given. Not so expensive. It's time for him to deliver and maybe get a wicket for his team. That man right there, Innocent, 33 of 34 balls. The big man, but right now on strike is Clive.
Yeah, right on the money to start with from Kami, and for Clive Madande, I think he's doing the right thing for the moment. Lamachani's full of energy. Rohit Powell in the mix as well. Lovely to see the camaraderie between Lamachani and the other teams. Powell as well. There's a great spirit in this young Nepali side. I know there's been a lot of talk on social media about some discontent in the camp a few months ago, but from being around them and very close to all the boys, they seem a really tight-knit group, and it's a kind of... Oh, this could be a chance. It's going to be taken. The change has worked. And fittingly, it's held by Sandeep Lamachani. Sampal Kami's lifted into the sky by Arif Sheikh. He gets a hug from Asif Sheikh. How are Nepal doing it? They're going to pull off a great heist here if they can find 4 more wickets. It's game on in Kathmandu.
Good decision by Sandeep, bringing in Sompal. Clive departs for 1. 12 balls. As Andrew said, balls doesn't matter in this game now. It's all about wicket, and that didn't middle it well. Trying to go over the fielder. Caught.
Simple catch for Lamachani. Madande's gone for 1. It's 100 for 6. Luke Jongwe to the crease, the all-rounder. And right now, this game is somehow rather remarkably in the balance. He's asked Kushal Bertel to tie a shoelace for him. I've seen some strange dismissals today. Madande, who'd just been watchful through his brief stay at the crease, tried to pull a ball that wasn't short enough to pull. Kami will often rush you for pace with that skiddy action that he has. And everything's worked really well for the 3 dependable bowlers, the 3 most experienced bowlers in this side, Sampal Kami, Sandeep Lamachani and Karan KC. The issues being the 2 left-arm spinners, 3 overs, none for 30 between them. But I think right now Nepal are sensing a famous victory. It's just 37 more runs to win, but remarkably, if they can find 4 wickets before Zimbabwe get those runs, they're going to move 1-0 up in the series.
That's going to be a big advantage for Nepal, and especially if they get the wicket of Innocent. Started the innings for Zimbabwe A, and if they get that big wicket, Nepal might be looking at the victory.
I think it's a good point. It's remarkable to think that one of the 2 batters that's still there is the opener, Innocent Kaya. He's just been watching sheer carnage at the far end. Whipped into the leg side. I think what the bowlers have to do here is continue to stay patient. Sometimes Lamachani and to a lesser extent Kami and KC, they can just be a little guilty of looking for that glory ball. It's not needed. Just build up pressure, and by bowling good effective lines and lengths, you'll continue to create chances.
Absolutely, and at this point of time, we wonder that Sandeep would have kept an over extra for himself. He doesn't have many overs left now. But then Sompal is heading the bowling right now and has taken a wicket.
Lovely pull shot, and he's got that more than strongly enough in front to square to get good reward. That's a Gaia Super 4. Innocent Kaya is anchoring this chase and keeping Zimbabwe A out of the game. It's a very good pull shot.
Danger Man scores a boundary. That's what we were talking about. A big wicket it would be for Nepal, but for the moment he just smashed a boundary and moved his score up to 37 runs off 35 balls.
Yeah, just wonder as well, should Lamachani maybe go a little bit more defensive to Kaya, try to bowl to the other end. There's an end open now. I know Jongwe and Bradley Evans will consider themselves all-rounders, but there is one end open. And this one's whipped into the leg side, so crucially for Zimbabwe, Innocent Kaya will keep the strike, and at the end of the 19th over, it's 106 for 6.
Feels like it, but not yet.
19 gone. Karen KC will continue. Just getting a few questions in on social media. I'm asking me at Cricket Badge, Andrew, how many overs need to be bowled for Duckworth Lewis to come into play? It's 20 in a 50 over game. And lovely to hear all your messages. People watching on from Germany, from Japan, from Australia, all the way around the world. And the Nepali fans, they watch in their millions. Great to hear from you all. And this is picked up, and it's going to go just agonisingly over the head of Kushal Bertel. It wasn't out of the middle of the bat. The surprise bouncer from KC, who's really got a lot of good lift out of this wicket today. So nearly found the 7th wicket.
Smile on Kushal's face says it all. How close that was. All eyes on the ball till the very end, but couldn't just get the ball in his hand. A yard or two away. Unlucky. Well bowled though, Karan Casey.
Yeah, more messages coming in. This one from Samrat Maharjan. He's saying, at Cricket Badge, on weather, my home's about 12 kilometres southeast of the TU ground, and it's rained at least 8 times. So it's coming, isn't it? It's coming across Kathmandu, but right now, for the moment, the rain is just evading this beautiful historic ground, and you just hope that it stays away and we get a result on the pitch rather than through Duckworth Lewis.
It has started to drizzle a little bit. Some drops felt here inside the commentary box as well, and you can see the rain starting to get heavier. Let's just hope the game continues and the rain stops. For now, it's Karan Casey bowling.
Yeah, you could see it there against the black of the sight screen, couldn't you? This angle here, you'll just pick up the raindrops coming down. I think both umpires will be aware of the fact that if you get to 20, there's a result. We all want a result. We'd rather the results on the pitch than through the calculations of the statisticians, the Duckworth Lewis Stern. It's certain that Zimbabwe are ahead at the moment, despite being 6 wickets down. They're probably ahead by about maybe something like 18 to 20 runs, I'd suspect. But a 7th or an 8th wicket could change that. And Karen Casey is going to need a wicket here quickly.
That's the bouncer for the over. Subedi signals. Bouncer. Karan trying everything. Just 1 run given in this over till now. Nepal trying to get that wicket. 1 more wicket of Zimbabwe. But the danger man still bats and is at the non-striking in Innocent at 39.
Punched into the offside. That's nicely played by Luke Jongwe. Don't need to do anything silly here. Lots of drama around. The last thing Zimbabwe need is to lose another wicket.
Zimbabwe are playing very cautiously now. They lost some wickets after the 10th over, but these two batsmen, especially Innocent, the way he's batting, a sensible innings by the opener. Sandeep motivating his bowler, the man Karan Casey, who is capable of changing the game. Last ball of the over.
Just flicked into the leg side by Innocent Kayes. He'll keep the strike crucially. 20 gone. It's 109 for 6.
Oh, really? Oh, it's good news. And that's on air as well. Fantastic. That's confirmed. Lovely. Have that on the record. Got that? Yes, witnessed. Witness, lovely. So that's an affidavit in the court there. Lovely. That's very good news.
Innocent Kaye and Luke Jongwe trying to get Zimbabwe A over the line. I think Dougie Hondo and Stanley Chisora, Eric Cheluka, the trio of coaches here with the Zimbabwe A side, they're not going to be pleased whatever the result. They'll be delighted with their bowling effort, Bradley Evans in particular. But I just wonder, as Dipendra Singh Airi signals up to me that he's getting a little wet down at long off, whether we're going to be able to get to a conclusion. Sagar Dakal back into the attack, so only a brief spell for Sampal Kambi. He may be having a change of ends, I suspect, as the rain comes down a bit heavier. They need a wicket, they really need it. Maybe even 2 in this over before the rain interrupts things. An umbrella now up in the background as well. I do want to pay tribute to one group of people today. The fans today, they are the hardcore, because a very poor forecast, grey clouds all around, and for those who would have logged on in the morning, 5 wickets in the first 10 overs, you might have said, I'll just watch this one at home on Action Sports HD. So fair play to every single one of those fans who's come in to the TU International Cricket Ground. I want to see you in your thousands tomorrow. 150 rupees, come on down. I'm going to get in with you and start to get the party going from early up in the stands at the TU International Cricket Ground. I'll see you there. Come and join us for Super Saturday. See if Nepal can square the series, if Zimbabwe A get over the line here. Is that going to be the result? Any late wobbles are out of the question now for Zimbabwe?
I don't think, because Nepal didn't post a good enough total. And for now, as we see it, it's going to be easy for Zimbabwe, only if that man Innocent still stays on the crease for the next 10-15 runs. But a game of cricket is always unpredictable.
Bit of turn on offer for Sagar Dakal, and Dipendra Singh Airi is excellent in the field, so he'll just keep that to a single. Quite often would have seen 2 run there to make 15 or 20 yards to his left. So quick and so low to the ground.
Absolutely. Sagar has been brought into the bowling attack. Left arm spinner. Coming close.
Yeah, quick single run. I think they would have got home even with a direct hit. For Dakal, it's just been interesting, isn't it? He's found his way into the national side through his T20 bowling, very economical, effective bowling, but he's only been given his chance in this series in the 50 over format.
As we said, we discussed earlier, Bubudu is giving chances to newcomers, and especially Nepal's current squad is mostly consisting of all the youngsters. This is a big platform for him as well to show how good he is, but the batsmen didn't do their part well. But if you want to shine, there should be no excuses. If he gets a wicket here, the clock is ticking down and the runs are getting higher for Zimbabwe. End of 21st over, Zimbabwe A 113 for 6.
Yeah, Paresh will just join me at 24 minutes. So good.
What does that mean?
I think they probably need to be about 80 odd now, 85 or something like that. So they're well ahead. See, the overs aren't really coming into it, just the wickets. 24 more runs to win, and interestingly, spin from both ends now. Sushan Bari's going to come in alongside his left arm spin twin Sagar Dakal. Bari's going to come on from the Chobar end of the ground, but neither of these two left arm spinners have found any control today. I wondered maybe if we were going to see a sixth bowler, maybe the likes of a Muhammad Adil Alam, who bowls quite a heavy ball, or maybe Dipender Singh Airi.
Yeah, new players should be introduced. Right now, Susan hasn't been successful. 13 runs given in his previous 2 overs. Needs to get a wicket.
Good diving stop. Really good from Sushan Bari. Body on the line. Had to actually collide with a non-striker as well to parry it over to his skipper. Full of encouragement for each other. You have to love the way this Nepali side goes about its work, particularly in the field and with the ball. There are some problems with the bat, no doubt, in the longer format, in the ODI format. You have to enjoy the way that they're so unified under Pabudu Dasanayake, and they're very well drilled as well. A good fielding outfit.
As we said, Pabudu, this is his second spell in Nepal. The previous time he got the Nepal national team to the T20 World Cup. Wants to repeat that.
Down the leg side and swept away for runs, and it's going to be, I think, at least 2 to the total. They won't come back for a third. Good work from Sagar Dakal. Will save 2 runs right down on the rope in front of our commentary position. A good diving stop with his weaker hand.
The thing about this Zimbabwe team is that they're rotating the strike. They're getting singles often and not focusing on boundaries or sixes. Just trying to rotate the strike. And that's putting a lot of pressure on the Nepalese bowlers, because the score isn't that high, the defending total isn't that high. Zimbabwe is getting closer and closer with every run.
I think we're just checking that boundary, and clearly Sagar Dakal effecting a perfectly clean stop, so just 2 runs to the total to Kaya, who's moving towards his landmark of a half century. With all of the madness around him, 6 wickets falling, and Safas Sueo, his opening partner, trying to smash every ball for 6 pretty much, and then a bevy of wickets falling. He's just played really smartly, effectively, paced his innings nicely, and he still knocked the ball around pretty well to go to run a ball. 22 gone, 117 for 6. Yeah, apparently so. Sagar Dakal to continue and punch down the ground. He's played really nicely in Kaya.
Previous over didn't help much. Not much needed now for Zimbabwe. The wicket is must for Nepal, and especially the wicket of Innocent, who's approaching his half century.
Yeah, always difficult for spinners with the ball just being dampened by that little bit of drizzle we had. And that is a beauty. He's got more than enough grip on it. The game has one final twist. It's a double teapot from the umpire. He can't believe what he's just seen. It's as good a left arm spinner's dismissal as you'd ever imagine. Drift and angle into the right hander. It's pitched probably about leg stump, and it's cannoned into the top of off to dismiss Luke Jongwe. Well bowled by Sagar Dakal.
Finally, Sagar gets his wicket. Wanted it desperately in the previous over. Now, well bowled.
This is the stuff of dreams. The top of off rocked back. Jongwe has been bowled for 5. It's 118 for 7.
Oh, right, okay, that's a good idea. Might be better in the control room then, Roshan.
Yeah, a few more looks at what was a very, very special piece of bowling. Maybe you could argue that Jongwe shouldn't have gone deep in his crease, but the angle in from the left arm spinner, I reckon that's pitched around leg stump. It's spun pretty sharply. And whatever kind of a bowler you are, if your target is the top of off, you're generally not going to go too far wrong. 3 good bowls, that's all. Nepal are away. If they can produce 3 really good pieces of cricket, they could pull the most ludicrous, the most extraordinary, the most remarkable of victories out of the fire. Can they do it?
Only time will tell. As Andrew said, the equation is simple. 3 good deliveries.
Bradley Evans to the crease, and there'll be nerves for him. Only faced 2 balls in the entire T20 series. He was run out by the most brilliant throw from Rohit Paudel from the final delivery of the 3rd T20 a couple of days ago. But look at Nepal, they're right in the game. Lamachani going in to remind Evans that there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Not the time to play a rash shot. And he's going to be watchful. And he's just got to stay there and let Innocent Kaya do the brunt of the work. It's only 19 more to win. Tension builds.
Sagar is bowling really wide of the crease. He's trying to get that angle. Make it difficult. Make it difficult for the batsman to play his shots. And as Bradley is a new batsman in, Sagar is trying to make life difficult for him. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, I think they're just putting a few extra fielders out to try and give Evans a single, get him back on strike. But it's not going to work. The Oracle. Brad Evans yet to get off the mark. A wicket taking over from Sagar Dakal. It's 118 for 7.
There's loads of them, is there?
Beautiful scene of the TU International Cricket Ground. You can see some cloud just hanging there in those hills. And here's a critical moment. Let's take a look. Sandeep Lamachani is going to say now is the time. We're going to have to strike now. I've got 1 over left. Give me the responsibility. I'm the skipper. You can see him warming up there in behind the graphic. Let's take a look. Can he do it? 3 good balls. They could all come in this over. Quick single's going to be run. And that's going to give 5 deliveries for Sandeep Lamachani to Bradley Evans, who's never faced the leg spinner before.
This is going to be interesting. Previously, if you looked at those 2 worms of Nepal batting and currently Zimbabwe batting, it looks kind of similar now, the fall of wickets. Sandeep to Bradley.
edged and edged just short, almost off the face of the bat and controlled, but certainly I think that might be the one leg break we'll see in this over. I suspect Lamachani will go almost immediately to the googly. Can Evans keep it out?
The ball needs to come inside.
Too full, it was the googly, just slightly over pitched. Gets that back about 9 inches to a good length, or even to quite a full length, in fact, it would be then. The stumps are going to be in play.
Sandeep needs to unlock magic. He knows the batsman is having difficulty playing his ball.
Yeah, the googly too full again, and got to get the length right. If it's too full, it doesn't matter which way it's turning, because you can jam the bat down and he's only got 2 balls left. Can he find a way through Evans? I think he's going to need to give Nepal a real hope, a real chance of winning this game. Beautifully bowled off an inside edge and onto the pad, clearly not out. And I think he gets a clap of the bat from Innocent Kaya.
Close call. Sandeep thought he almost had it. The impact was outside the line.
And Evans survives. He's done his job. May not have scored any runs off Lamachani, but he didn't need to. It'll get us to the end of that over, the 24th. It's 119 for 7. So we'll have a change of the commentary box. I'll bid a fond farewell for the moment to Avash Gimire. Sagar Dakal to continue. Innocent Kaya moves to 48. I'll welcome back Paresh Lahani. You didn't know whether or not we'd have another stint with you, but somehow Nepal have dragged this game out. Can they magically inch over the line, or will Zimbabwe do it?
Well, it's still, I think, 50-50 still.
Is anything ever not 50-50 with you, Paresh?
Because of his reach, Bradley's reach, that he can play in the front foot. Any length, I mean, short of length as well.
Come on, Paresh, call it one way or the other. Will Lamachani's men get over the line, or will Zimbabwe go 1-0 up in this series? Which way is it going? Come on.
I don't think Nepal will win this match because there's only 17 runs to get, but only 3 wickets in hand. So it's 50-50 still to me.
One of these days I'm going to get a definitive opinion out of you. I'm not sure when it will be, but one of these days I will. Yeah, for Evans, yet to get off the mark from now 12 deliveries. That doesn't matter. There's no run rate pressure of any kind. It's just 17 to win, like you said. But it's been nice to see Sagar Dakal get into his rhythm for the first time in this series. First appearance for him. Evans gets off the mark with a little inside edge. It squirts away for a single. Innocent Kaya must be wondering what all of his batting colleagues are doing.
Yes, he must be wondering. Just 2 runs away from his 50.
And that'll close out another tight over. 2 runs coming from it. We get to the halfway stage in terms of the number of overs in the chase. In theory, it's 1-2-1 for 7. 16 to win for Zimbabwe A to take a 1-0 lead in this DAFA News Nepal versus Zimbabwe A 50 over series presented by SkyExchange.net. And it's going to be Sushan Bari to replace Sandy Plamachani, and he's been picked up high and handsome and all the way, I think, for 11 Sports Super 6, just inches over the rope, and that really helps for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, we just picked it up, and look at the timing. It went over the fence. A rather loose ball by Bari there. Look, just picked it up. A huge 6, I must say.
Yeah, they're within touching distance now. 2 more big blows like that, and they get over the line. Sushan Bari maybe very nearly struck back. I think probably going on to miss the off stump, and Durga Subedi says, Sushan, that one is not out.
Yeah, it can be the height as well. Going away from the off stump. Good decision by Durganath Subedi, the umpire.
For Sushan Bari, it's been disappointment given the excellent start that he had to his international career. That tri-series in the ODI format was his debut just over 2 years ago here, pre-COVID. And it was him and Sandy Plamachani who single-handedly bowled out the USA for that remarkable total of 35 all out. Bari taking 4 wickets that day, but he just hasn't been in quite the same form since the COVID break. And he's going to be smashed for 6 more here. Bradley Evans showing the kind of hitting that he displays. It's not been Sushan Bari's day. The second 11 Sports Super 6 of the innings, and it looks like Zimbabwe A are going to get over the line, probably with 3 wickets to spare.
Yes, I mean, look at that again. Why is he giving so much affair? And Evans is a tall guy. He has that reach.
We've spoken a little bit over the previous days about the action a spinner needs to get on the ball. And I suppose if you compare Sushan Bari's action on the ball to the youngster who's come into the team, that's going to be that. Innocent Kaya is going to be held short of a 50. Remarkably ruthless stuff from Bradley Evans. He says, no landmark for you. I'm going to end this game in a matter of 6 balls. He's going to go 6-6-4 in that over, and he's going to get it done for his side. I think there's only one choice for the player of the match. He was outstanding with 4 wickets with that opening new ball burst, and he's followed it up with a sparkling little cameo of 17 not out. And Zimbabwe A, they've got over the line, but only just by 3 wickets.
Yeah, very well fought by the Nepali team. Very well bowled. The captain Sandeep Plamachani himself. Sushan Bari a bit expensive there. Even Sompal Kami bowled well. Karan Casey, you cannot keep him out of the field. It was a very good team effort leading to the second one day for tomorrow.
Yeah, what a day Bradley Evans has had. All credit to him, the son of the former Zimbabwe international, is showing that maybe his time in senior colours isn't too far away. Lovely little cameo. 17 not out for him, and he just quelled any of those late nerves after that dismissal of Luke Jongwe. He's also left poor old Innocent Kaya stranded on 48 not out, but I don't think he's going to mind too much about that. The win's the most important thing, and Zimbabwe A rightly move 1-0 up in the series.
Yes, exactly, and credit goes to the Nepali bowlers. I mean, they fought very hard, took 7 wickets because the score was only 136 they scored. Very well fought by the Nepali team.
Yeah, and for the bowlers, particularly the experienced trio of Sampal Kami, Sandy Plamachani and Karen KC. Really excellent efforts from them. I just felt Sampal Kami could have been used a little bit more, not just because of his figures. I thought he probed away, he looked very threatening. Not a day Sushan Barty's going to want to remember in really what's a bit of a trial audition for the Cricket World Cup League 2 squad going to Texas. Remember, only 14 players can officially be selected. They may take one or two more to give some travelling reserves, but he's going to feel under heavy pressure now. And Sagar Dakal did take that sole wicket with that beautiful left arm delivery. But in the end, the tail of the tape is that Zimbabwe have moved 1-0 up in the series, mainly thanks to an excellent bowling performance. So do stay with us, because we're going to be back with the post-match presentation. That's going to wrap it up for me here, for Andrew Leonard, for Paresh Lahani, for Avash Gamire, and for all of the Action Sports HD team. Do stay with us. Thank you for watching. We'll have the post-match presentation. We'll find out who the player of the match is in about 2 or 3 minutes' time.
Hello and welcome at presentation party. Thank you very much for joining us and hope you have enjoyed this broadcast of this first one day which has been organized by Cricket Association of Nepal, Nepal versus Zimbabwe A, and this was the first game of three one days which is won by Zimbabwe A with a margin of 3 wickets. Well played, Zimbabwe. And now my duty is to let you know who are the sponsors of this wonderful event organized by Kane. Century Masala, Joyer, then we have got Levy Garden and Restaurant, we have got Balio Nepal, Sabiso, Dish Home, ITW, and of course one of the major 11 sports commercial partner of this wonderful event. Well, now we are going to let you know that who is the man of the match today. But before that, I will request Mr. Birendra Bahadur Chand, who is the executive member of KN as well as coordinator technical committee, to come forward and present player of the match today, which is Bradley Evans, 4 wickets for 27 runs in 8.3 overs with 17 runs not out. He has been presented both headset by Ramesh Kaur and cash of check 20,000 Nepali rupee. For a couple of minutes. Well, Brad, your arm was beauty today. You have done a marvellous bowling earlier on. We hadn't been watching such kind of swing that what you have done today.
No, it's nice to finally sort of hit my straps. I think I've been way behind the ball in the T20s. I was very frustrated, to be honest. It's nowhere near to what I'm capable of. So it's nice to be putting in a performance like that again for the team.
Yes, doing like this, winning the first game, must be in a comfort zone now.
Yeah, I don't think that was a comfortable win, put it that way. I think we made it really hard for ourselves. I think as a batting unit we'll sort of sit down and look at the performance and see where we went wrong and just try to be a bit more clinical next time.
Yes, one last thing. What about the surface, 22 yard, good for bowling, batting?
I don't think there was much wrong with the surface. I think it had a bit in for the bowlers. I thought early on we assessed it and thought it was a bit tennis bally, a bit of like extra bounce. So we brought our lengths back a little bit. We were searching for wickets early on, so we just brought it back, and that made it difficult for the batsmen. And then batting wise, yeah, I mean it's a good wicket, a little bit of spin, so yeah, a little bit of everything.
Okay, well done today, and good luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Man of the match today, Bradley Evans. And now I would like to call the losing team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Man of the match today, Bradley Evans. And now I would like to call the losing team captain.
Right areas and kept the things tight. Just 3 wickets, we were away from the victory, but credit goes to the guy who scored 48 from their side as well. So a lot of ups and downs in the game, and a great learning process for all of us.
Yes, so your bowling was good today. You got wickets, but somehow some misfield drop catches earlier on might be cost that game.
Yeah, definitely. As a fielding unit, we've been one of the best associate sides. But looking at these kinds of process, which been like we've been dropping at least one catch every game. So this is some areas where we have to look forward to make things right. And yeah, I mean still like 137 was a bit tough to say to defend, but the kind of character showed by the boys was brilliant.
Exactly, good, well done job, and tomorrow will be a super Saturday. Crowd will love to come and see you winning.
Yeah, definitely would love to see them. Still, this was an uncertain kind of game whether it's going to be happen or not, because it was showing rain the whole day. But still, it did happen. But next game, looking forward to tomorrow, and would love to get a win.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Sandeep Lamichane, the captain of Nepal, and now I would love to call Tony Munyunga, the captain of Zimbabwe. Well, little bit hard at the end, but overall you have done good job, whole team.
Yeah, I'm really happy with the way that the bowlers bowled. First up, restricting Nepal to 136. I think they bowled well, especially Brad Evans up front there. Obviously, we were looking to get early wickets earlier on. And I'm really happy with the progress that we've had with the bowlers. And betting-wise, obviously, not happy with how we started, but it's always a positive to be on the winning side of the game. So really happy with how we play today.
Yeah, partnerships do matter, either you're playing T20, one day or test match. So you should be looking forward for such kind of thing that you boys should be working together on the crease.
Yeah, of course, it's something that we need to sit down and talk about. Like we said in the first interviews, it's all about learning for both teams, and I feel, as we are playing the game, these games, we are improving as a team and being able to grab that first win. Obviously, it's a positive to us, but always going to be looking forward to be learning each and every game, creating those partnerships, being able to bat all 50 overs, being able to score those hundreds. I think we on along those lines as a team to be able to do that.
Okay, good luck for the game.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Tony Moniunga, the winning team captain. This is it for today, but don't miss tomorrow's game, Super Saturday. Another big day is coming here at Kathmandu TU Cricket Ground, Nepal, and hope to see you tomorrow with a fresh day. Till then, goodbye.